Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. LOLMidwest is ready to bring you guys the playoffs for the winners bracket finals. I don't know how to say your name. I apologize. We got Spy is doing on production, as well as Halfling in on the casting desk with me today. Say hello.
Yeah, how's it going? I'm excited. It's been a while since I've had some free time to hop in here, even though I promised CLT a bunch of times. Like, yeah, I think I could come. I think I could come. And then I've just been getting uh, diffed, as the league players say. But I'm here and excited to cast. I believe it's your guys' winter finals here at the
Yes.
Herald League. So two competitive teams, number one, number two in the leaderboard. And a fun little fact, they've met just a couple weeks ago. I don't know the game score specifically, but the Minnesota Misfits were able to take down the Caster Curse 2 weeks ago, I believe, 3 weeks ago, just about. So let's see if they can keep that up going into. But based on the power rankings that were left on the dock that they threw at me, Caster Curse is still favored in the series. So I don't know if that's maybe a little out of date. Nova, you seem a little more tapped in than me.
Honestly, I only know based on what happened last week, or not last week, only on last stream. So I don't really know too much. However, looking into the draft, we are going to see Hui, Anivia, Locke, Zach, Tristana, and Caitlyn banned in the first pit. Banned in the first phase. Misfits is on blue side. That gives them a lot of potential to be able to pick a high priority pick, and they do so with picking up a Jinx.
Oh, nice. I still don't have the draft link, so they're drafting. That's all I know. And the link is off the chat as well, so
There you go.
thank you so much.
Looks like Caster's Curse is going to respond on red side R1 with R2, Jarvan Lulu. That is an interesting combination considering you usually want to pick up a very high priority AD carry with the Lulu being like the Yunara or even
You can solve that.
something like a Zeri to being able to power up your AD carry. However, Jarvan is definitely going to give you some lockdown to be able to make a team fight actually quite favored towards your side.
Mm-hmm. And it's also going to be doing a great job into the Xin Zhao here that's picked up from the Misfits. It's a neutral matchup, so with the junglers kind of neutralizing each other, the reason Lulu's getting picked up in this R2 spot is they're wanting to separate it from the Jinx. And so they're challenging like a Tom Kench or a Braum at this moment, so they are going to end up locking in this Tom Kench, which is a really slept on pick, especially trying to support a Xin Zhao as well. Lulu Cog definitely has the ability to try and contest the early sustain that Tom Kench has and the surprising amount of damage Jinx can have if you're able to land the zaps. But as of right now, I'm looking at Misfits 100% as the winners just because I can see their comp really direct itself into many different cases. Whereas I'm looking at Caster Curse, there's a big ravine that they have to cross called the mid game before they're really up and running.
Exactly. Now that Tom Kench haven't been picked up, it could either be for support or top lane. We do not know in this current situation. However, if I had to say anything for Tom Kench, I would rather him be in that support purely to help that Jinx as much as possible. Jinx is going to have, like you said as well for Caster Curse, a large ravine until she can come online. That means she's going to need a heavy amount of healing. She's going to need a heavy amount of sustain, and Tom Kench can kind of get you on the healing portion, not really so much the sustain. But if you are confident on that Jinx, you may not really need all that much sustain.
Yeah, you're not going to need too much help outside of that shield because you're able to get away from that big burst of damage, which still is lacking from Caster Curse as of this moment. So very comfortable position here for both sides right now. I think they're happy with what they've got, especially with the Mordekaiser showing from Caster Curse. This guy is running a terror. As of Friday, when I last checked, Emerald Plus Mordekaiser was a 55% win rate across all regions as of just this patch, and that is simply just due to the 3% gain of the ultimate, which has been a big buff. It applies that 13% stat steal as well as 13% HP in two separate instances, which is why the buff is so big. Ornn can neutralize, can surprise you with a lot of damage, but it's still a tank into Ornn, right? It's you're still going to be dealing with all of the. It's still a tank into Mordekaiser. Sorry, so you're still going to be dealing with a lot of those problems that come with that nature of a matchup here in Caster Curse. The floor is theirs, especially looking down what looks to be an Echo, which rules out your traditional stuff. I think they could just pick up Cassiopeia here, and yeah, the mid game's a little rough, but it'd be fine. Aesol can get it done, but you're still under threat from that Echo.
Yes, and looking at Castickers right now, they only have one form of AD damage in terms of the Jarvan. Kog'Maw can build AD, but like a lot of his primary damage comes from his AP scaling. Um, so that is going to be 4 AP for Caster Curse, which not a good idea into the Ornn or into that Tom Kench.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Kane of Gurkhan looks really, really good this game, but Kog'Maw will still stack up later on in the game. Ginsu is a very common item to be able to shred through some of that MR. Terminus buffs are actually massive too, so that's an item I'm going to keep my eyes on for the Kog'Maw as well. But both teams pretty happy to sit and scale, and a lot of pressure going to be on these junglers, and specifically the mid laner from Minnesota Misfits. On this Echo, it is your job to push this game faster for your team. You need to meet up with your Zen. You need to find a play to get your Jinx ahead. I'm going to introduce you to a rule that we have over at Risen. It's called 3 kills for a Jinx. If the Jinx gets 3 kills, the game is over. I think tracked right now, it's about a 92-93% win rate across casted series. For Jinx is getting 3 kills and transitioning that into a win. So if Misfits can do that, if that's their win con they want to go for, I think they'll find a lot of success.
Yes, I agree. Especially when that Jinx has a very heavy front line to try and just go through. Yes, Kog'Maw can shred it, but at the same time, if you have a Tom Kench that can just eat the Jinx and run away, well, what are you going to do as that Kog'Maw?
Mm-hmm. You're
There's nothing
really
you really can do.
not at all. No, you have to hit what's in front of you, and if that's the Echo running at you with the Tom Kench close enough to get a good eat, I don't even know if Jinx is the primary target for the Devour from Tom Kench throughout this game. Yeah, level 6 for sure, but once we start getting around on this map, I really doubt we're even going to be seeing Jinx on our screen a ton, and I think these teams are going to try and 4v4 as best as possible.
I definitely would agree. Looking at matchups, though, what is your key matchup in your opinion in this situation?
I think it is just mid lane. It has to be mid lane. It has to be this kind of outlier of a like identity matchup. You look at top lane, yeah, Ornn versus Mordekaiser usually favors the Mordekaiser, but both these champions are content in this matchup. Jungle, it's evened out. J4 Xin both exist constantly. And look at bot lanes, it's 2 scaling bot lanes, and really Tom Kench just can't push the lane in the same way that say Leona can or a Blitzcrank can. So it is mid lane. It's this Echo that has to just move forward, and it's also on the Aesol to really just kind of chill out. I think if you let this game get away from you, and you're kind of supposed to be part of this power of friendship mid game transition that I see from Caster Curse here, because there's no single champion that I think has the ability to will a game through that like 20-minute slog through the first Baron. And that just is a lot of pressure on the mid laners here, and they've looked pretty good. Going down the list from the players that I wrote down, big thing I also saw from Minnesota Misfits, very high death team. Not a problem. It just signals that they fight. They love to fight. They love to scrap, and this Echo, this Xin, just scream that to me. So I think they'll find good success here.
I definitely agree. However, my key point in this situation is going to be the support matchup. Um, I purely think that if Tom Kench can get the better of Lulu and just protect that Jinx with his life, that it'll be much better for the side of Misfits. Lulu has a lot of potential to just empower Kog'Maw.
Mhm.
So if you're able to make that work for the side of Misfits, it's just so much better.
It'll be a lot more comfortable.
Also,
What's up?
give us a second, guys. I am trying to get a hold of our producer.
Is it like a second PC issue?
No, he is baking.
Oh, hey
So
man,
I'm spamming him.
nothing more Midwestern than it being a middle of a heat wave and you just decide, yeah, I need some cookies right now.
It
Oh
is
man,
very much a cookie stiff.
it's like 101 outside. I started making like some surf and turf for like a lunch, and I just couldn't do it. It was so hot. I had to stop, man. So I respect the grind to get the baking in because it's probably pretty good. And hopefully these teams can cook up a storm for us here on the Rift. I'm not quite
Yes.
sure. They don't seem to be going in client draft, which is unfortunate. They've sent a lot of messages though, which is
Yes,
great to
they
see. They're talking about
our
cookies.
producer is up in the up on team one there, so he cannot they cannot
And
start.
oh no. Oh man. Well, that's unfortunate. I think more on the
Spamming him more.
draft. And I'll kick him. I can't. They can't do that because then they'll start the game and then they can't watch. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, they were talking about kicking potentially, but I do not think that would be beneficial for anybody,
No,
as
but
that would take away from the stream.
yeah, but it would mean that they get to go and they've got a full best of 5 here in front of them. So obviously they
Yes, they
probably want to
do.
get that going. Don't need to go back to playing Scrandle. God, I love looking at shitty stadium food and seeing if it's good. That is true. Now I'm back to reading chat. I'm gonna do my shtick. Cog gets one item. True. That cog one item spikes are really strong. And if you're able to land the E slow, it's just becomes much easier because you have to open with your E and then throw caustic. So see if they actually get that the I hate the words out of my mouth. The combo from the Kog'Maw out on time. Hey, there you
There
are.
he goes.
What kind of cookies are you making, Spies?
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter, let's go. Like blossoms or just like peanut butter cookies?
Peanut butter cookies.
That's good enough. That's fine.
Definitely an interesting moment. Should be looking to jump here momentarily into the game or into the client draft, which means we'll have at least 3 minutes to wait.
Jerome's lost. Okay. Well,
Pretty sure we talked just about everything that we can in terms of the matchups going on today, at least for game number 1. So I guess for now we just talk about random shit.
I just went 5 for 10 on Scrandle, so random shit. Definitely what I'm looking at right now. Gotta send that screenshot to friends. Have you been playing anything other than League? Because you said you were excited for Classic, but you got to kill the time with something.
I have been playing a lot of Valheim again recently. Just trying to enjoy myself.
Didn't they like fully release the game, right?
Yes, they did that a little bit ago. I also have been playing an old one with Roller Coaster Tycoon 3.
All right.
Kind of just been doing a mix of things. Finished the full Horizon Zero series, or just the Horizon series, I should say.
Yeah.
Because had the time. So why not?
Yeah, that's what the summer's for. I feel like enjoy the weather, and then once it gets to night, play something fun. But yeah,
Most definitely.
I'm not married to League anymore. It's been great. I've been actually, unfortunately, I have this like itch where I just have to pick like grindy games. So like League grinding ranked that scratch the itch, but then it's like okay, I first quit, and it's like okay, I had to play Warframe. Like I had to do my time. I don't have 1,000 hours in Warframe like everyone that is around me that plays the game. So that's what I've been doing. Like that or Destiny. CS Casuals has been fun. I've learned a lot of new words that I cannot repeat on stream because of those, which has been great. So that's been my day and my week and whatnot. I also tried a car bomb for the first time, like the drink. I don't recommend that. That tasted nasty. That was a horrible experience.
honestly, most of my week has been filled with work. So, well, work in Black Clover, but
Hey, one of those is fun.
trying to just enjoy myself as the week progresses, trying to just make money where I can, and just have fun in life as I can.
What else do you do? What
Yeah,
could you wish for?
only so much you can do.
Especially when
But
it's fucking 100 outside. Ah! Just wanted to camp.
yes,
I've been so unlucky.
actually, in a few weeks here, I'm actually going to be going up to one of my grandfather's friends' cabin
Nice.
and just spending a little bit of time up there. Private cabin,
they've
private lake.
got most of the smoke cleared out from the wildfires by then.
Oh,
don't
I'm
know.
going back to PA to do that. So
Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be chilling. Then.
yes, I will. Currently, right now in Delaware.
Oh,
Boring as hell here.
that's not Midwest. That's
It's
not
cheap as
Midwest.
hell.
Hold up. Nah, I'm kidding. Any help was appreciated. Stuck in the land of the hot
Yes.
dishes. Baking alive in the hot dishes. What I feel like every time, man, I walk in my apartment, I'm like, I got the AC set to 80 just to save money. Every time.
Unfortunately, that does not get you very far when you're trying to stay cool.
No, it does not. Not when it's like this. But that's okay. Play some Scrandle, have some fun, watch some League of Legends, which in theory is starting up here in 46 seconds, but of course there's the load in and all that. And it looks like the
fun
players were mostly in order. Yeah, that's impressive. People have gotten really lazy with ordering themselves in Champ Select.
Yes, especially when when they started doing the role selection.
Well, it'll be fine.
Honestly, though, that kind of does help out a lot because they're even in some leagues they're just not even ordering at all. So they just select their roles and roll with it.
It'll be fine. Well, I think it organizes itself.
Yes, it does. It organizes in client, which is fantastic, and I love that in addition. Just purely because I don't have to then try to organize anything myself. Thank God.
Wait, do we have objective? We're gonna have objective timers, right?
Probably not.
Oh,
Let's see
great!
if we can put them on.
Let's see if we can get them up. That would be beneficial. But for now, a little zoomed in, chat on. Game starts. Let's see what they can do.
Yes, it is. So far, looking at everything in terms of the rune set, it looks like everything is pretty much standard, except for Echo. Oh,
we'll see it in a second. Hey, there we go.
There it goes.
Banger.
Oh.
Whatever you're doing, Spies, it's causing the screen to flash black. I think they are tabbing it out.
He is. It looks like, anyways.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh, I see what he's doing. Okay, I had to look at the stream in order to see what he was doing. He's putting up a little overlay for the team, so we know which side is which.
That would be nice.
As I was saying, Echo having the Halo Blitz, I do like the fact that he took that over the electrocute here because in positions where he's forced to fight the Mordekaiser or he's forced to fight the Jarvan, it'll work out a lot better for him to be able to just auto attack a lot faster to stack up his passive.
Yep, you can get the passive faster. Yeah. It's still going to be kind of a doomed attempt once the fight goes past the Halo Blades, but you get a little bit longer to try and make up some damage. There are times where you'll see those electrocute Echoes kind of just run out of gas instantly once they hit Q and E, and so this gives you a little bit of extra time, but I feel like if that's your goal with Echo in this team comp, is you're thinking, I'm going to be auto-attacking the Mordekaiser or J4 often, I think you're kind of missing the forest. No trees, just you're missing the forest, but regardless, that's what they're going to go with. The damage should be high enough here as this avoid did get to the how did you get about that?
They just engaged on the Kog'Maw with the Abyssal Voyage. Ignite went down. That's Flash going down as well from Tom Kench. but there's not going to be much of a first blood yet, as they're now looking to trade back onto him. One-handed gaming on the Lulu, trading onto the Jinx, managing to take actually a pretty decent chunk. Kog'Maw used Ghost in that trade. Lulu forced to flash. I don't think the flash was needed from Lulu, but now we're looking at this. The Abyssal Void being used once again. Jinx has to flash away. The flag goes out, and he drags himself into turret.
Oh my
God. Now there is 4 people on their way bot lane as we're looking top.
Yeah, it's gonna flash top here. Let's engage. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. It's gonna engage back in. The Abyssal Void is gonna go out, landing onto the Jarvan. Jarvan is down for the first blood. That goes to Echo. Teleport is coming on in, but it is extremely late. He goes out from CLT. Now How I Met My ADC is forced to flash away on the Zin's out. Skizzy Barnes is in the wing. Soka gonna flash on in on the bird. That's going to be a massive amount of damage. Jinx goes down. CLT is gonna get a double kill. Izzy is gonna go down. The gray health is still popped. That's a kill going over to Skizzy. When Echo could have just autoed it, got the kill.
Yeah, with the Halo Blaze, we just got done saying that that's what they were looking for, but hey, no big deal. Misfits able to get the top of that play, especially looking where that gold's gone. But a decent flash hold there way back at the start with the first Abyssal Voyage at level 2 from Skizzy Barnes. I do like that the Lulu was able to flash away, and I like that bird held onto it, pop that goes early to try and get away. The refight is interesting with a team like this, and I really do wish Mojo Jojo just accepted that they were going to have to just blow the Jinx flash rather than look for lethal. Siren is extending this fight much longer than any champion should be warranted to do this, and they're a little on top of it too.
But Siren's gonna get hit with the pass of Wilford, flashes forward, gonna get the kill. That's actually really huge for Ornn there.
Yeah.
In all honesty.
Yeah, that's why. Okay. Boots tier 1, Boots first back is fine on Mordekaiser, but you do want some sort of resistances, or you want more damage. Ornn cannot be disrespected like that. Mojo Jojo is going to show back up bot lane. Does have the flash to make this work, but the TP's pop. They don't see it just until a little bit later. I think they're safe at this moment. Okay,
I honestly think them blowing the teleport here was pretty good. Means that Echo now has no teleport for anything else across the map. Yes, that does mean that they are not able to make that play anymore, which was spotted out by 2 wards. So they had every indication that he was going for that play. So now Jarvan's going to take a reset. Pretty standard here. Looking at the play, it looks like Echo lost a lot of minions because of that teleport.
Yeah, that's where the teleports, as you mentioned, phenomenal for Caster Curse here. Because the wave crash from CLT is pretty free. You're not going to be able to crash a wave super easily like that as the ASOL. So when you're able to get through these kind of rough level 5, level 6 ranges, where Echo's just going to have lethal due to the nature of the champion, due to what the items that they're buying, working on that Dusk and Dawn first. So that's a sigh of relief here for Caster Curse, and especially looking at the farm outside of Mordekaiser. Don't look at Mordekaiser. Everyone else is farming very well. CLT at that 47. We got 45 here on Bird. Here on the Kog'Maw. They're going to be able to scale up pretty comfortably if they can sustain this. So they're going to probably start trying to pressure towards this Dragon with Mojo Jojo pushing bot side, clearing towards bot side. Should be around level 6 here. And going to have that 900 smite for it as well, as the Death Realm's going to get popped here. Siren.
Yep, speaking of light, we're going to see the Ornn Horn blown. Death Realm also being blown. Wallyford is trying to run away. He's going to be able to, it looks like. Maybe looking to try and re-engage here. That is not the case. He just takes that trade. Both ultimates being blown. Dragon definitely being taken by Misfits here. Caster Curse just trying to do what they can. Get some damage down onto Skizzy, maybe even steal, but it is not the case. The tongue is going to lash on the one-handed gaming, but now they're looking for the return. Soka is still there. The Skyfall comes down. Kog'Maw gets the kill onto Skizzy. That's a double kill. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. That is not a double kill, but Soka takes the chrono break back in. He's trying to run away now. That was a mistake. The kill going over to CLT. Lolcast now onto the turret. One-handed gaming was taking turret. They could have tried to dive, but they're going to play it
I think
safe
it's
and
fine.
not overcommit.
It's so fine not to dive there. You got so much more than you ever really have a right to get with this comp. Now you can't overstay, though, as the Castakers bot lane, and they're stuck at this moment. They couldn't get the wave crash. Skizzy Barn's going to show back up. This will avoid just to put pressure on. If this Tongue Lash lands, they're dead at this moment here. But a good pickup from the Misfits to try and just read a little bit that Mojo Jojo hasn't shown up anywhere at all. We don't see him on the Banana Brush at all. We haven't seen him in top lane, and the Mordekaiser fought. So that's kind of a confirmation of, okay, we can rush this, send bodies, let's get this and get out quickly. They failed on the get out quickly part, and that's a big pickup from CLT. Probably one of the more useful ASOLs I've seen in the early game, so congrats to them on that. I do think they should kind of lightly contest. Either team should lightly contest these grubs. Definitely not throw their lives away like we saw there, especially with this Rylai's now picked up by CLT. Much more comfortable situation for Castakers and a much easier time kind of getting through that 20-minute slog now, especially that they didn't have to rush Seraphs. That's always kind of the trap that you'll fall into, but double...
We're going to see the Abyssal Voyage on one-handed gaming, flash it away. Safety is secured for one-handed on that Lulu, which is very nice. Lulu, so far, looking like she's doing quite a lot. You're looking like you're going to roam up for the grubs, which is very good. They're forcing Soka off the wave. However, they need to play this wave one more time to be able to get a decent play. Bird is looking at a trade onto Lolcats. Good one-handed gaming, getting jumped on. How I Met My ADC is now polymorphed and is going to die. There is nothing they could do in that situation.
No, for you, if you're gonna engage like that into 4 on Vision, you gotta deserve what's coming to you. They're standing on top of the blue side's crab. You see all 4 of them there. How are you gonna win that fight as the 0-2 is out this moment?
They're going to try to get come down on the Bird. The trap have been set, but he is able to just walk forward slightly. Skizzy Barnes taking a lot of damage from the turret. Will survive the ultimate from Bird. Now just looking to regen some health. Looks like he may try for the Abyssal Voyage again, but now Lulu is back in the area.
Yeah, once Lulu's spotted, this fight's just over. It
looks like they're going to try to go in. The Abyssal Voyage is going to catch up Bird. Bird flashed it back to try and get the safety. Now it's on the Lolcats. Lolcats, the flash from Skizzy going to eat. That shield is massive. Holy.
Oh, yeah. Below 40% HP, it gets empowered on the target as well. And it's just naturally a high shield. I do like the idea coming out from Skizzy in terms of, okay, I'm going to try and quick stack my passive and just go for the Devour myself. And they're going to continue doing this.
Is going to catch one-handed gaming off in a pinch, but she's able to just run away. The W pulling off some really great movement speed. The shield coming down. Jarvan ultimate's going to hit as well. Bird now in a very bad spot. He dies due to an auto rocket. Soka in the wing as well, just going to keep Mojo Jojo in his place, and it looks like CLT is going to come down as well. Chrono Break being used from Soka.
Just to get away.
From what I saw on the mini-map, not mini-map.
It's a short enough cooldown to where you could kind of fish for a play here. I like Mojo Jojo stopping the resets. This is the problem with Bird sticking around. They got the refight from One-Handed Gaming showing back up bot lane. They even won the fight, but they needed to just push that lane and reset. They had no business being in the map anymore. You saw full Zerker Grease finished up here by Bird. There's no business as a Kog'Maw trying to push for lethal with a Lulu into Tahm Kench's Jinx. And they're just going to keep getting punished like that. Skizzy Barnes seems completely okay going for these Abyssal dives just on repeat until someone's punishing, and no one's there to punish. Mojo Jojo a little behind in the clears because How I Met My ADC is just kind of skipping camps. Doesn't really seem too bothered about it. You can see the Gromp sitting up right now, actually walking past their Raptors on a respawn timer, so they don't have the perfect camp timers, but they're there at the right time. They're here for this dragon. They've got the item too. Neither jungler finished up the passive though, so that'll be a big contest right now. Eyes on CLT though, with that Sky's Descent ultimate empowered up. I think you just give this up here already as the Misfits.
Ooh, W from Zinzao almost hit one-handed gaming. That would have been very bad for them if they did hit. We are seeing what looks like 5 people down here now.
Oh yeah.
Siren is there as well. One-handed gaming's gonna immediately get bursted down. The Sky's Descent is coming, but Bird is in such a bad position. Siren ulted onto Skizzy, it looked like there. Bird's gonna get the kill credit. Now CLT is trying to come in with the flight, trying to get away. He's going to be able to. Dragon goes over to Misfits. But now Siren is in such a bad spot. CLT walks back forward. That may be his death if they choose to continue, but they're not going to just yet. They're going to probably look to just shove that mid wave in. Soka's going to take a turret shot, hoping that, I'm guessing CLT chose a very bad spot to back.
Just a really good TP, honestly, from Wallyford there. Getting behind, finding all 4 members, one-handed gaming, getting a little aggressive with the Lulu. Eventually that'll be punished, but for now can continue to just be this aggressive, be this little annoying fly in them. But I wasn't expecting Misfits to have that kind of a TP flank. Once they sent it, and then Siren popped Death Realm onto, I believe, How I Met My ADC. I'm not quite sure there.
Yes, it was. It was either Skizzy or How I Met My ADC.
Yeah, it was one of the two. Either way, those are not priority targets. You're looking at the Ornn to get rid of that CC, or looking at the Echo, so that way the Echo can't just dance around your backline. And if you're popping that, you're not a threat. You make it a 4v4. Hey, look at the non-existent front line there from the side of Casticers. This is the way they can get back in the game, though, is just picking up little bits and pieces on Lolcats overextending.
Stuff going on. Lolcats is in a very bad situation. The Rylai's ticks, and that's going to be a fall. CLT getting a solo kill onto Lolcats and that Jinx. That's actually, despite the initial bad fight that they had taken recently, that was a really good play.
That was a very, very good play, and it's just heads up from CLT to kind of understand that they're on the in-between of these plays, in between of this macro, where a lot of people do kind of sit down and take a break for a second, take a breather, but you can never breathe, especially against Rylai's champions here. Siren's trying to establish that dominance again, but I mean, Wallyford just kind of accidentally hitting is matching this trade, and How I Met My ADC is going to show back up. Here comes the teleport shot.
That's W hitting out onto Siren. Siren does not have the ultimate available yet, but will have the teleport coming in from CLT. He is low. The Rylai's is proccing. He uses the Death Realm onto Ornn. Ornn is in a very bad spot. He's looking to continue trying to trade onto Siren. Sky's Descend is coming out onto How I Met My ADC, but is not going to kill. Unfortunately, How I Met My ADC survived with, I believe, 10 HP in that situation.
Yeah, just about. Very, very low regardless, but Mojo Jojo did steal the absolute hell out of that kill from Siren. Regardless, someone's getting the kill. They're going to even this up, get the tower on the top side, trying to trade it away mid and bot. So overall, Misfits are pretty happy with this. I think Castigers are also happy with the result. They're able to, you know, just get a little extra gold onto the Mordekaiser, get more couple spot, and dive.
They're looking to trade in. Rollcat's taking a very bad trade under the turret. He autoed Bird once while Skizzy Barnes was not under the turret. That is very bad situation for the Jinx. I could have sworn CLT was about to keep trying to go on to Soka there.
No, thank God. Taking the breather, understanding that it's not your job to push this game forward, but still getting aggressive. Doesn't have that dash normally, but Skizzy did end up missing the tongue lash. Second one's going to come on up, and a stun not quite up here from Soka, but they're going to
CLT's going to get eaten up, and it looks like CLT's just going to be able to fly away, but no, he is not. Soka's going to eat on in. That's a huge shutdown, I believe, that just went over. Now looks like the rest of CC is here, however. And they're just going to take the time to just chill out, which in all honesty is pretty good. They have the Rift Herald secured.
They got nothing.
Mojo Jojo, his spots How I Met My ADC, he smites the wolf away. And now Soka's going in, he's slowed Mojo Jojo in a very bad way. The zap does not hit. Oh, Tom Kench used the Abyssal Voyage in onto 2 there. Getting the knock up. The Jinx Rocket's going to not hit anybody. Horn coming in. Bird's in a very bad way. He's going to be blown up by Soka. Now, one-handed gaming also looking like they're going to be dead here momentarily as well, just like Siren was a few seconds ago. They're trying to run away, potentially maybe go for an execute. I do not think he's going to get the timer from it, but Zap is going to hit them. Lolcat's getting the kill. That was a good fight from Misfits.
A very good fight from Misfits, and just an overextension from Castigers in its entirety. There is no business when you don't have your most fed member on your team moving with you, there's no business chasing them down to the blue side, and you have no reason to do that either as Caster Curse. You're happy to scale. You've got a Kog'Maw, you've got an Aesol. Your Mordekaiser is recovering actually in this matchup, and they're just pushing deeper and deeper. And kudos to the Misfits and Wallyford for just committing to this fight and standing here. Soka though, finding out that Bird's got a lot of damage. Oh my good god.
It does not matter how much damage Bird has, Soka just has more.
Yeah, it's just the squishy assassin versus the squishy AD carry. Hot knife through butter.
He is. He is. Rageblade may have been stacked up fully, but fully stacked Rageblade will not save your life when you walk into the Chrono Break.
Yeah, not at all. It's too much damage. There's a third dragon here for the Misfits as well, so now they can start eyeing, hey, we can just do whatever we want. We don't have to beat this next dragon. We can force the Baron. They have so many more options right now, and this really narrows down what Caster Curse have when it comes to this game.
Rift Herald did not get a single charge off. That is good. Now on to Siren. Siren's going to look at Q back. He's not going to get hit by the Abyssal Voyage, but he does pull 2 into him. Siren does bring Wallyford, I believe. No, he did not. He brought How I Met My ADC into the death realm. That's a dead Zinzao. Horn down. Going to hit 3. The slow from Echo W is huge, but now it's into the fight here. CLT is trying to get slows down, but it's not going to work yet. They're going to hit on to... Mojo Jojo picked up the Emberling there, and now it's just a consolation prize of Gromp.
Yeah, it's a consolation prize of Gromp and a top push, but they could have just moved as 4 instantly once they missed that Flagon Dragon, the Ornn into mid lane, and guaranteed got the tower. They would have been a little bit more comfortable of a back timer here, but they're still going to get that mid tower here. Now they're going to find this knockup. I don't know if they want this.
They're going to look to go in on to Siren. Siren's going to get bursted. Yeah. They did not know Echo was in the wing. Very close. The Flagon Drag is not going to get canceled. Wallyford very low. CLT in the midst of it all. Going to die. But now Skizzy Barnes, How I Met My ADC are there. Bird's going to get caught by the W. That's going to be a flash forward from How I Met My ADC. One-handed gaming is not in any position to help out, but the Flagon Drag is going to save How I Met My ADC with the Devour from Skizzy. Abyssal Voyage coming in, going to catch Bird. He's just walking at him. He's being menacing.
God damn. Misfits keep getting the better of these overextensions from Caster Curse. They are not. The Caster Curse are just not understanding. Once again, they're not understanding how they need to push this game forward, and they're trying to get as much as possible off of good plays. They're making great plays, but the Misfits are just there and ready to capitalize, and Soka does damage now for sure. Let's see if they can get this burst here.
Yes, he does, but CLT is going to force him to flash away. He does have the big ultimate with the Sky's Descend. Soka's choosing a very interesting place to kind of bait it back. And it looks like Jarvan's going to go in. Mojo Jojo is going to catch Lolcats in the Cataclysm. But going to flash out. One-handed gaming gets the knockup with the W. So CLT is teleporting in. That's going to be Ornn going to knock up Mojo Jojo. This is a very overextended play. This guy's descent going to come down. That's going to only chunk How I Met My ADC by like 5%, it looks like.
Look at the items. My Aesol has no items, guys. Those are 2 core items, but Aesol is like a 3-4 item champion, effectively. And
yes, he is.
You're gonna be so early with this guy's Descent. It's still level 1. No, it's level 2 to it's level 2 at this point, but your stacks are pretty low, so the damage isn't great right now. But it's continuing to be just overextension on plays. Why does a J4 Lulu think they're going to be able to burst up there on the top side? Deserve. Get off my screen.
Soka's flashing away.
Come on.
Oh, he survived.
We got to be punishing this Lulu. Come on, Misfits. Regardless, Caster Curse are starting to watch this game drip away. It's only 3,000. It's only 3,000 gold lead, but look at the map. Look at the state and the comfort that Misfits are feeling that they can get away with. They're able to be so comfortable on these engages. They're able to be so comfortable on their side lanes because look at the teammates that they've got. Look at where Tahm Kench, look where Echo are. They're grouped up. They're moving bot lane. They're ready to make a play on this Jinx. They're ready to get vision so she can keep pushing, and they're still all hovering around.
He's going to base check into Siren. The Abyssal Voyage is not going to get canceled with the pull, but now Mojo Jojo's going to catch him in the Cataclysm on the side. Soka's on the Bird. That's the Chrono Break using. They're being used. Siren brought Soka into the Death Realm. Bird's gonna go down. but now the Echo is not there. Sky's Descent is huge, but it will not be able to kill anybody. The Jinx Rocket gonna miss through the goalpost, actually.
Honor Wallyford. Honor Wallyford right there.
Yes, I was going to mention before the fight started, because you did mention looking at the map. Look at the vision control that Misfits currently has across the map.
Yeah, super comfortable. They're
and
able
then
to
look at
enter.
CC having nothing.
You know, their CC's map is super dark. Granted, it's because they haven't really had priority anywhere, and the only places they've had priority, it's been the Mordekaiser on a side lane, and the play's already happening top here. So it's just continuing to bad into worse, into just like doomsday here for CC as these plays keep going farther and farther out of their favor. They've actually recovered this gold lead. It's only 2,000 now, but they're going to lose the soul. Not even able to touch the Baron as like a consolation. They're going to try and burst Soka as it. And they can't get close.
No, but CLT is going to fly in, catch him with the Rylai slow. Not going to be able to get much else. They are going to find a ward as a consolation prize, trying to drown them out a little bit. But I don't think that's going to dissuade Skizzy Barnes and the rest of the team as Ornhorn comes down. It's going to catch CLT. Davis Avoid is going to pop him up even further. CLT is going to... Oh, Skizzy devoured CLT as he tried to fly over the wall. And now that is Baron looking to be taken from Misfits.
It's a hard recontest. You have to do this as CC, though. Mojo Jojo has been pretty solid on some of these out-of-vision smites, but, I mean, Ahsoka's just going to burst the Lulu. There's no option.
Speaking of the rest of that, the Flag and Drag is going to completely go wide as no help is coming to him right now. That's a double kill for Soka. Bird forced the flash away. He still has the Ghost available, thank God. Otherwise, he may be dead in another situation, but that is going to be Baron secured. Honestly, this game is looking like it's over.
It's over. The gold lead is deceptive. It's over. They cannot get past the bouncers that Misfits has. The Xin Zhao has really recovered into this game. Tahm Kench is able to play so aggressively because look at the rest of the squad. You've still got an Ornn that's able to block anyone trying to dive, and the positioning from Lolcats has also been very good to not get caught out. Really, after the first fight, in the bot side, they've been much cleaner on their positioning, and it's just made it so hard for CC to get anything done. Their comp really wants to dishonestly front to back in skirmishes, and they haven't been able to create that because they don't have priority. They can't push any lane because Lolcats is a 2.5 item Jinx. They're dealing with a Ahsoka that's working on a Zhonya's right now. They're dealing with the Orange, just able to zone everything away. My ADC is in a precarious position.
Yes, he's going to get last cone back. He's going to be forced to use the ultimate. That's the Flag and Drag going to knock him off. He is going to die in turn, so that's one Baron down for the side of Misfits. Looking at this now, they are going to just look to try and take some gold on the Jinx again. Try and get her further ahead. Because 2-item Jinx, even though yes, she does damage, she's not going to do a whole lot more than just being able to front to back. Once she gets a reset though on 2 items, it's a different story. But until then, it's a Jinx.
Yeah, it's a Jinx with 3 frontliners and an Echo dive in the back line as well. There's just too much to peel for the Lulu alone, and that's when you look to your J4, that's when you look to your Mordekaiser, and they just haven't really been doing that for Caster Curse. The Mordekaiser has been ulting whoever they can find as fast as possible, which by typical doctrine is correct, but this is one of the games where you're peeling as the Mordekaiser. Your job isn't to beat someone, it's just to pull them away. Pull away the Xin, pull away the Echo, pull away Skizzy for God's sake, but just give your Kog'Maw some space. And yeah, gold lead's still fine, but look at the waves top. Look at the wave in mid lane too. They've got 3 people hovering. They're ready to start collapsing, I guess, around this Elder in a couple minutes, but we still got a while. Let's see what Misfits could really do to establish their vision, because that's exactly what they should be doing right now.
Something interesting that I just saw happen just a moment ago was Soka being forced to use his Chrono Break way early. That is a big cooldown, but I do not think CC is going to be able to capitalize on that. No. Especially now that Bird got hit by the zap, almost got hit with the stun from the W, and now that's Horn coming in, that's gonna hit 3. CLT in a bad spot right now. Wallyford is looking to do some more damage. He's going to be able to, or Jinx is going to be able to kill him. Lulu ultimate. Wild Growth going to be used on the Bird, but Bird is not going to survive anything. The Zon just is popped. Chrono Strike is there. It's almost going to hit one-handed gaming with the AoE backsplash. Teleport being used by Wallyford. That's now a full health Ornn back in the action. They need to just give this up and not try to contest it.
Yeah, they need to breathe, but it's a lost cause at this point. Mojo Jojo's caught out.
Yep. Mojo, oh, he survives just narrowly because before he's going to be used under the turret. He's going to get into the turret. Wallyford getting the kill credit. That is one fed Ornn as well. Holy damage on the one-handed gaming with one auto attack.
Yeah, he's living all right. Siren, what can you do? You got CLT. Hold up.
Ooh, CLT's coming in. Disguised Descent is going to hit on the 4 people, knocking them up. But in comes Bird. That's a huge call in this fight.
There we go.
Down, going over to Bird. That's a triple kill for CLT, though. Nowhere left to go. The teleport is being used from Siren to get down to the bot lane to try and get anything back in the way of gold, as they do have the shutdowns on objectives currently.
Yeah, but
looking at Dragon, it is 50 seconds till it's up.
Tower bot side so far, you can get the wave push pretty well, and you're going to be doing this mid lane, but you need to reset now. Now is your reset timer here as Caster Curse. Siren, I respect that you TP'd here, but look, 1,600 in the inventory, 2,400 for CLT. Not at all in the right spot here for this Elder Dragon. They're going to be picking up the pieces as they show back up, whereas it's the name of this game constantly for Misfits. They're recharged, they're reset, they're in the right spot, they've got a good idea what's going on, and they know how to win a fight. We saw Mojo Jojo, I think a big key player on this team for Caster Curse, just a non-factor in that mid fight because they're looking for an angle in. That's not your job as J4 anymore. You're not some like miracle Vi coming in from the side. You just make sure they can't get onto the Kog'Maw instantly.
We do have 2 key item breakpoints, 3 items on both 80 carries. That's the W going to hit onto both one-handed gaming. The Zin's now going to use the... Okay, I can't even cast that fast enough, but we are going to see potentially 2 people being dead here from the side of Caster Curse. That's going to be Siren being blown up. CLT hits a huge ultimate that's going to catch on to 2. Lowcat is very low. Oh, that's a Jinx down, but now it's 3 left from the side of CC. Bird is in a very bad situation here. He's going to get knocked up. CLT does not have anywhere to go in this situation. The E is going to help him slightly, but it's not going to matter. And that's going to be game number 1 going over to Misfits.
It is bad into worse, into doomsday, into a loss, unfortunately, for Caster Curse. They tried their hearts out. They got a good fight, but you could see in that entire fight, positioning-wise, from Bird there, by Gromp. That's your 80 carry that you want to front to back for, and they just couldn't quite show up in time. They couldn't quite to auto-attack because there's too much dive threat. The idea is there from Siren to stop the dive, but then they need to, Caster Curse needs to breathe and re-engage as they're coming out of Death Realm. And it's a win, and I don't even think they're going to win that Death Realm, and that's what they're hinging a ton of their game on. So it's an unfortunate case for Caster Curse. They're a little too much fighting. Able to stay competitive in gold, though, so we'll see how that's going to kind of recover throughout in the series, how they're going to be able to stay in that spot where they're always within striking distance. It's just going to be about positioning. It's going to be about how they're coming to the fight. It's going to be about if they're playing their comp correctly. So let's see what they can do when that becomes the case here for game 2.
Exactly. Looking at the last game, though, I definitely think
Soka had a great game.
Soka had a very pop-off game. He was able to keep their 80 carry essentially useless.
Yeah.
He forced Bird to position absolutely horribly.
Mm-hmm.
And just in every situation, Bird went somewhere, Soka was there. There was no running away from it at that point. CLT, yes, he was the carry for that team at that point in time, but like when the rest of your team is dead, there's not much an ASOL can do.
No. And as I kind of poked at throughout the game too, you need 4 items. On the ASOL, you're going to need 4 items. You're going to need to get there, and that's when you're looking at like different 80 carries to get that done, or a different mid laner to empower your 80 carry. But I didn't hate the champion from CLT. I just hated where it was placed. So it's an unfortunate case. for them, as I believe they are into this draft right away. So I do respect that from these teams. Moving on into this, I do want to see that aggression from Caster Curse really played into. They seem to really want to fight. They seem to want to scrap constantly. Why are they not drafting around that? Why aren't you picking something like funky, like a Nyla, like a Yasuo, like a Silas in the bot lane? I'm being dead serious. Or like a more aggressive mid laner, a more aggressive jungler. Your Nefiris, your Kianas in the jungle and mid lane. You know, the Echo was already picked up on the other side, but hey, you can still run an Ahri pretty aggressively. But I need to see them play into the strength that they seem to have, or realize that it's a strength that they can have, and then buying into it. Because if they're just gonna, draft for standard NA scaling and then not play NA scale, this will be a quick series.
Looking at the bans, we have a Katarina ban from Caster Curse on 3. An interesting ban. I'm not entirely sure what that was meant to do, but it looks like they're gonna just ban that Katarina and take the Caitlyn on 1, which is going to immediately, more than likely, lead to this Misfortune pick for Misfits, which is not ideal for the side of Caster Curse, considering they have now a team fighting 80 carry along with a Lux.
Yeah,
which is interesting to me.
Lux falls off eventually. So if you want to pick, you can pick to try and kill it in lane with like your standard engage. You can pick to try and match it. I'm not saying go Morgana to try and deal with that, because I think you can just run Kate Karma here and be okay. Even with the Wukong, that's still definitely an option right now. Misfortune just feels like she has the Misfits feel like they have the clearance to go Misfortune here because J4 is already out. Wukong is that other kind of secondary response to deal with that, but you're wanting something else to dive there. Karma's not going to get that done, so you're looking elsewhere in the lineup. Because otherwise, if you're going to pick an engage here into a Lux Misfortune, it's going to be a really bad time. You're really going to have to check with your hands. They were doing pretty good last game. They seemed to want to do more. They were just kind of caged by their picks. So kind of last second pick here. And of course, they're going to miss it. What's new? And
that's
the type
going to be a
through.
Mel that they just picked up.
Ew.
That could still be for Mel mid. We do not know. Looks like that's Lux mid and a Nautilus support, which is actually really good in my opinion. Yeah. I do think that Lux support is kind of iffy.
Especially with
they do not know where that Mel is going right now. So I think banning supports here that can work well with Caitlyn is good. Mm-hmm. However, if you're banning a Braum, you're leaving open, in my opinion, arguably the best support with Caitlyn currently with Bard.
Kate Bard is a vibe. I get it, but I did not see either of these supports quite get on the map in the way that I think is effective. To want to see a Bard, I don't doubt that they can, but that's just my observation here. With the Silas ban, I think they're just gonna rock an Alistar here on 4-5. They're gonna run like Alistar and I don't know Renekton or something like that, and just kind of move on.
Yeah, I think with that Silas ban, that is very likely the situation. Sion is going to be the last ban of this match, or of this game, I should say, for being game number 2. Honestly, I'm looking at this now. I'm trying to think here, because I think, honestly, since Wukong is showing, and you see what their 2 carries are, you could look to pick up something like Nefiri or the Amumu. Okay, that works too.
Are we like quadruple flexing this Nautilus? Is that Nautilus jungle now?
Maybe. Technically, in all reality, they can use three of their champions in three-ish different roles.
Yeah, Amumu. I don't mind Amumu jungle and solo queue, but in these environments, I would prefer the Nautilus. So if you have someone that can play it, that is very, very good. It's same vice versa. Amumu just has to get active early, and it's not going to be that Renekton like I talked about. It is going to be the Malphite, which still works. It's a single carry comp here for Misfits right now. They have to pick some high damage mid laner right now, and you're looking across the table, and that's not Ahri, that's not Galio, that's not Aurora, it's not LeBlanc. You're thinking of your standards. Ryze isn't going to like the Mel matchup. Syndra can work, but you're kind of at like best and even matchup right now looking at Misfits, unless you got something in your cards right now, kind of ready to bust out. It is, upper finals. It is a full best of 5. Why keep holding on to some secret picks right now? And Renekton.
Looks like it's going to be Renekton into the Malphite.
Is it
Honestly,
Malphite?
I do not like that matchup at all because past level 6, Malphite just has one
Yeah,
button and
he just wins.
he just does Malphite things.
Yeah, he just wins. Just walks
Now,
at you.
until then, Renekton can snowball, making that singular R button a bad situation for them. But until that happens, it's kind of like, what do you do?
They say 5. 5 minutes? Damn you. Both
I think
teams
they're using the bathroom and all that other stuff right now.
They did the normal stuff. Both teams are very, very low damage. And that's going to make these team fights very drawn out. And typically I'd favor a Caitlyn team, but I was not seeing Caitlyn-esque play that I'd like from the side of Caster Curse to where I could reliably say, yes, I want a drawn out extended fight with a Caitlyn ADC from this team. They've got to prove me wrong to think that because I'm looking across the aisle. I see a Renekton, I see a Lux, I see an Alus, I see an Amumu. I don't really care that your damage is pretty low. You're going to kill 2 people, and you're going to win a 5v3 just based off the fact that you have more bodies. So let's hope they can really keep pushing that.
Yes. I also don't like the Rel pickup with the Caitlyn. Rel's a good champion, but in what situation are you giving the Caitlyn any position to use a trap?
Yeah, why aren't we running Karma here? This is such a good Karma game. Whatever.
We could do Karma and we could do anything else, to be honest.
Rakan, Karma, Poppy wouldn't have been terrible. There's a lot of things on the table, of course.
I think Rel was picked because there's Nautilus.
That's a counter. Nautilus counters that, and Nautilus is also going, I think, into the jungle. I'm not quite sure yet. And if it's a Mumu, then the Nautilus just is super countered. So I don't know. This Rel seems like fuck, we need team fight engage. When you have that, you have a Wukong, you have a Malphite. That job's done.
Exactly. So while we're waiting on these players to be back, I myself am going to be right back. Don't know if we want to cut to a break or anything for now, but I'll be right back for myself.
Oops, need to send a message. I can still be heard, right?
Yes, you can.
All right. Hello, everybody. How's it going? let's get mean here. No, I'm kidding. I got no bunch. It was a fun game 1 for sure from Misfits. Kind of just collecting the free scraps more than anything else, which no harm in doing that at all. If the scraps are kind of on the table, why aren't you grabbing them? This game, though, I think it's going to be more of the same. I did like what Caster Curse had in the tank, but it seems like they just run out of gas. They just kind of sputter out and die, and they're putting a lot of faith here into the Wukong Malphite, who the 2 players, I'm not going to say played bad, but they definitely were not ready to full, team fight. I think they still wanted to skirmish a little bit. So hopefully they can kind of make the necessary adjustments and execute that, because as Alex pointed out, if you get Malphite Wukong ulted, it's kind of just Jover. So a lot of pressure here on the Misfits 80 carry moving on to this game. This is a miserable game to play Misfortune, I would say. I think I would have just forfeited if it was a scrim, be like, we lost draft, whatever, move on. But let's see what they can do. It'll be a tough one. Is there a way to game score spies? Is that on the
I cannot
thing somewhere?
I don't have that anywhere. But I assume it was Caster Curse losing game 1, right? For Misfits win?
Misfits won game 1. Here, I can. Do you have mod in chat or something, or is there a mod in chat?
I don't have mod powers, but CLT does, I think.
Yeah,
I have limited mod powers.
Let's hope someone can just pin that message right now and move on.
The Braum was not banned in this game, no. Oh wait, no, he was.
Yeah, he was banned. Yeah, he was banned in this game.
Misfits
Yeah,
fourth.
they banned
ban.
Rom.
Leona banned fifth.
Yeah, they two very good bans, which is why I was thinking of the Alistar, especially seeing like Silas and whatnot. I think that's a more obvious engage, and anytime Misfortune is autoing that isn't like a Q, even if it is a Q, if the Alistar has tier 1 boots, he's just going to be able to land W, and that means he's got combos. So
And Pens, I think we've discussed this before. In these situations, if you need a block MF ult, just go Yasuo support.
so
Okay, I am back, and I immediately hear Yasuo support. That is
unfortunate for you. I shot you Nova, I shot you a DM with all like the champion abilities. I've been filling out this form.
Gotcha.
That way it'll you and me don't have to sit here and try and combine brain power to remember champion abilities.
You know who else would
That
hate to
actually
see
does
it?
help a lot, to be honest.
League balance team. If Yasuo support ever kicks off, you know? Be a nightmare.
Yeah, that
Yes.
would be. I don't think that'll happen. I think like launch Yone was the highest possibility of getting a win shitter in the support role, and that didn't happen. I have no clue where this Amumu is going. I'm gonna be so honest. This Amumu and Nautilus are like an enigma in this draft. And
Pretty
I think
sure that's an Amumu jungle at this point in time, if I had to assume.
Amumu. But they've got Curse of the Sad Bullet time, so that'll be a fun little combo to go through.
Yes,
you still good to play by play?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. I'm gonna poke at you after every game just in case. Just in case. Don't be too worried about like introducing and then cutting me off. Just cut me off. Because I'm gonna just keep going until either there's a fight or you cut me off and say something. The Rel is great into the Nautilus. The Rel is great into the Nautilus.
That is not the situation there at all, but
You know what, Pens?
okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Pens. I can get it. I get it. I've definitely had matchups where I really don't respect like the standard, and I can see like a Rel, not like the Rel versus Nautilus being playable, and I've found it playable, but I think in good situations, and this is definitely not a great situation for the Rel right now, this is gonna be a pretty hard game. Amumu does not really have a need to power farm. Great.
Nope.
So be very, very scared of just Amumu showing up bot lane on every single possible timer.
Give you all an update on the pause. It apparently top DC is needing to reset his client, and CLT cannot tab into the game.
Nice.
Gotta love that for CC already.
Yeah. Oh, they can move on into this. Mel is.
Oh, there we go. We're back into the game. Looking so far at the runes, everything's looking pretty standard here. I would have liked to see the first strike into the lethality build for the Misfortune, because that PTA indicates to me that they're going to want to go for Bloodthirster.
Yeah, you little bro thinks he can auto attack this game. Holy.
Yes.
And
that is not going to be the case at all.
Yeah, what are you auto attacking, my friend? I respect the gusto. It's like playing into Ashe and you're like, nah, I'm better. I don't need to run cleanse. But like, no, you gotta go the cleanse. And now speaking of it, the cleanse on Bird, I get it from everywhere else, but the bot lane, it's definitely a sad case and something that you should see the Misfits really abuse, because you're playing against only one combat sum. You're only playing against the Ignite. You have Barrier Ignite. This should be an advantage you can play around.
Most definitely. Looks like the Q from Caitlyn immediately going to catch Lolcats. And CLT already playing super aggro into Soka. That's actually really good for them so far. That means that there's just going to be a lot of action for us to experience in this game. And honestly, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Here for all this action.
CLT's job is to outzone the Lux, but keep your mana high. You want to be poking down, you want to have an HP advantage, and try and also turn that into a little bit of a lane lead. But might get very dicey if you start spending a lot of mana and you're just going even on the actual trade. Good hook from Skizzy. Didn't turn into too much more, but hey, signs to come.
Yes, we did see Skizzy, though, try and drop back into a Caitlyn trap, which, unfortunately for Caitlyn, this early in the game, she's not really going to do much with that unless she hits multiple traps in a row. But that is some poke damage. We are seeing Wallyford slice and dice his way in with the Call of the Meek doing some damage. Now he's going to get the Ruthless Predator down. Siren very low in this situation.
Dicey. As expected, Siren. Yeah.
Ooh.
What you doing there, buddy? Should walk
I am
over that
very
way
unsure. Not entirely sure, though, why One-Handed Gaming there tried to use the Shattering Strike when they're not really in the range, but the Dredge Line is going to hit onto One-Handed Gaming. She is going to use the Pyromancy back into safety. CLT gonna catch Soka with some damage, but Soka, despite being low mana, is ahead on HP.
I've been noticing the Wildcats has been burning a ton of mana to effectively not actually win trades. So big ups onto Bird and One-Handed Gaming to really keep this going. Siren's in a nightmare situation though with the way this bounce is going. They've got the ward for the Mumu. You really should see this Mumu try and gank top lane just because a Renekton is naturally going to be tanking up from that wave. Still though, looking mid, still trying to get your clears up. That's like a cherry on top jungle play more than an actual, required situation. You can even see is shifting top, starting to notice that. Let's see a good gank for this move in a second. They're looking for it. Oh,
Good flash in with the Pyromancy there, just to remount. Gonna catch Lolcats off guard. Barrier being used. No other summon is being used. Siren now taking the ground slam onto Wallyford. Gonna take him some damage. So far, because of the fact that Wallyford has not been able to back and Siren did die, and now has that cloth armor, it's going to be very one-sided for a tiny bit until he can get that back on. So okay, gonna be caught here, gonna take some damage, gonna be forced to flush away.
Just gonna flash instantly. The mana though from Soka is just miserable. They haven't gotten their reset off yet. Wallyford's really suffering without a reset themselves. They're trying to get a stun under tower is what they're looking for, just like any decent reset, which they're gonna get it right now. But back into the bot lane there from One-Handed Gaming, that is kind of your avenue into this, is you are just playing around your flash. There are a lot of support matchups that do end up just being, hey, if you can find like your snap engage flash that's not reactable to, a la, old Galio taunt flash from the bush, you're going to be very strong. But you should also be able to sweep out these bushes. You should be able to kind of maintain this control, which they're going to be able to do, especially with this BF sword on the Bird.
Gonna look to crash down, but not gonna find much. The Dredge Light's gonna hit onto Bird. The Shattering Strikes keeps Lolcats at bay. There's not gonna be much else other than an Ignite going down. CLT now has an Amumu here being forced to flash away. Mojo Jojo in the wing, flash from How I Met My ADC. He is extremely low. I do not know if he's gonna die yet, but the ultimate comes out, and he just went back in to kill himself.
Yeah,
but it's a trade of kills, and it looks like CLT is gonna try to catch him out with the Solar Snare, but not gonna hit. Gonna get some damage with the Radiant Volley. Now Wallyford flashing forward. It's going to hit the Singularity. Wallyford getting kill credit.
My guy TP top, took one wave and walked mid. Honor your top laner. Wallyford's been having a great series so far. Not quite sure what the jugglers, both jugglers having a little bit of a brain fart. Saw Mojo Jojo hold on to their Q to try and put the Solar Clip SQ in the right zone.
Dredge Line is going to hit onto One-Handed Gaming. This Crash Down's going to hit. That's the Caitlyn going to use the Piltover Peacemaker and kill him. And Lolcats just walks back into him, takes a headshot to the face.
I'm shocked.
I am confusion.
I am shocked. We're just kind of forgetting. Sometimes Nautiluses, you just kind of like tap into this hive mind. It's like Blitzcrank. Like Blitzcrank and Nautilus have this hive mind they tap into where they're gonna hit their hooks. maybe 20% of them are going to be good hooks, but you're hitting the hooks, you know. So one step of the way there. Hopefully Skizzy can kind of recalibrate that, because it's really starting to cost a lot of space here in the bot side of the map, which is where they want to be at least somewhat comfortable. They're not expected to win. They're not expected to be ahead. They're expected to be comfortable.
It's going to go over the wall. The dredge line is going to hit on the CLT.
Yes.
That is going to be a death for him. First death, or second death of the game. But now, Golden, no, that is, oh god, I don't even remember that one. But oh well.
Final spark.
Final spark, yes.
I
That ability is being used, and there's now even more happening bot lane. Wallyford taking some damage though.
Yeah, just
looks like bot lane didn't turn out to be much, so
yeah,
that's
they're just
good
extending
for the
their run.
side of CC there.
A little breathing room. Bot back, at least you're in the mid lane. Now you've got a fed Soka who, hey, oh my.
Dominus is being popped by Wallyford, the unstoppable force used to get under current. Wallyford is diving Siren at their bot. Never mind.
We're in the muck now,
Honestly,
baby.
Honestly, that's not terrible
great
for the
for the
side of
Malphite.
Siren. The crash down coming down on the Skizzy barn. Mojo Jojo gonna come in. Use the Cyclone from R1. Ace in the hole gonna come in. Gonna do some damage. Mojo Jojo gets the kill credit, but Caitlyn gets an assist. That's actually really good for her.
Yeah, there's a smile on my face watching this game. This is fun League of Legends. Not correct, but this is fun League of Legends right here. Not quite sure what Wallyford is thinking about having lethal there, because they don't have to have lethal. You're up 20. Oh, another bandage toss.
Toss is gonna hit on the CLT. The rebuttal is gonna do something. Not gonna do very much. Soka kind of low, but unfortunately for the Mel placement there, the Golden Eclipse did not go off before death.
No, this is such an overextend. Wait, they don't have Cyclone. CLT doesn't have TP. Okay, this is fine. This is okay. It's manageable for this. Soka's definitely overstaying with this, and it's gonna kind of, it's gonna definitely chunk them out. But you've still got Final Spark here as the Lux. You're gonna be able to push the wave once you get back in a comfortable manner. Typically, you're gonna get punished. Lux though benefit, doesn't have to worry about that at all. So they're gonna pick up the first objective for themselves on the top side of the map. The Grub's not super great for this team. Renekton isn't really even going to be split pushing for purpose of taking towers, just to try and pull people away. But regardless, a great play continuing to stack up in favor here of the mid jungle from the side of Misfits. And now it's up to kind of Wallyford to temper a little bit, and Lolcats and Skizzy to do a little more than temper. Understand that you are the weak side of this map, and you just need to contain this Caitlyn.
Honestly, it looks like Renekton's starting to tickle Siren just a little bit, but at the same time, it's not
sticking.
Yeah, it's not sticking at all. Some seismic shards are going to be tossed towards Wally for Chunk in for a little bit of help, and now they're pretty much even again.
Yep, just comfort.
Also, I hope this guy is not building Sunfire Cape.
On the... oh, no. It can't be the MR one either, because that would be cheeks as well. Oh.
Yes, it would be.
Oh.
Wallyford is trying to look for something here, maybe? No, it's just going to be some chunk damage. Siren now taking a lot of damage.
Just needs to breathe.
As much as each individual trade is tickling, it's stacking up from the side of Siren. His Granite Shield is there, though, but Renekton can easily just kill that without much thought.
As long as they've got the Fury stacked up, it'll pop pretty quickly. Eyes are starting to set on towards this Dragon on the bot side. They're going to go for a play here top. They've got the Unstoppable Force. There's a big bandage toss to land here, and they've got to stack this CC as best as possible and hope they don't get dove bot lane. They're going to call off the dive, so now Eyes really set on this Dragon.
Looking at the wave state, they did not have the wave yet, but now they look like they're maybe trying to continue the dive.
This is a bad play.
Very unsure what they're doing.
This won't work. No. Don't cancel that reset. Ooh, okay, we stopped the reset.
Ooh,
Okay.
CLD's reset is stopped by the Final Spark. That's actually pretty good for Soka, because that means CLT has to stay.
Yep. It's very good. And they're down the item. They have the item advantage mid lane. They are down an item in the jungle and AD carry, so it's making it kind of hard to justify
If we're
this
gonna
Dragon.
slice and dice in, he does get the Ruthless Predator stun, but it's not gonna do much yet anyway. Seismic Shard being thrown once again. Wallyford just kind of looking to do whatever he can. Dominance is available. They are going to catch out Skizzy Barnes. The scattering strike just missed, but the crash down's going. The Cyclone's going to hit for both 1 and 2. That's flash over the wall. He's going to go over the wall with the clone. Final spark going to hit no one as the bandit toss also missed.
Just call it off now.
It's going to be second dragon, hopefully secured by CC here.
Hopefully you're top laner. Oh no. Okay, they're gonna run this. Watch this ultimate from the Amumu.
Ferromancy being used. I met my ADC. Gonna get the shattering strike hit along with the Magnum Storm. But one-handed gaming is very low now. How I met my ADC. It's extremely low. Bullet time hit nothing. Unstoppable source is being used. How I met my ADC used Curse of Sad Mommy. Siren is low. That's going to be someone flashing. I did not see who.
Way.
This is now turning into a worse situation for the side of CC. Bird is trying to run away as best as he can. It looks like he's going to be able to, thanks to the 90 caliber net.
No way they get the win with that bullet time just entirely eaten up by the Malphite. Finger, like, he was licking his fingers throughout the entirety of that ultimate there. Definitely needed to wait for that.
Bird's line is going to hit on the CLT. CLT is forced to flash away, but Wallyford's going to use the Ruthless Predator. He's going to use the Golden Eclipse. It's honestly not entirely open. Soka's going to flash in. He is going to be punished for it. This Shattering Strike is going to hit. He does not have Ferromancy up to catch anybody else from one-handed gaming. So it's just going to look like he's just going to run at whoever, trying to get some vision down. Don't know why he's continuing here when he doesn't have his horse. Okay, he spots a ward.
It's okay. Mid tower, not gonna quite.
How am your ADC gonna
No, there's
bench
no play
toss
here.
in? Okay.
No play. No, there's nobody. There's nobody in range. If he hits that banish toss and tries to fight, it's a just talk over him. Just let the play happen, because that guy, they're so aggressive. I get what they're looking for here as Misfits, but this is another case where you want to set yourselves up to succeed. You're looking at your Amumu, who's going that Sunfire. You mentioned you didn't want that on the Malphite. You're going to see it 2 times this game, actually. So unfortunate for you that you have to see this. But I do need to see Skizzy kind of catch back up to what we were seeing on the Tom Kench. The positioning is very aggressive and very good if you have people around you. Just need to get those people with you, and you'll find better fights around these dragons. You'll find better returns in terms of kind of going for these extra little bits and pieces. They do want to keep the pressure up. They want to abuse that they've got this Fed Lux right now, but you can't push too hard. Otherwise, you'll just fall out of the game. You've got a strong Renekton. You've got a Misfortune with one item. You got an Amumu's hitting Bandage Toss and ultimates. You've got a Lux that's on fire. Just
Speaking of that one item from the Misfortune, it's throwing me off here that she went PTA just to go Collector.
Yeah, they just do it. They go PTA just for quick trades in lane. Almost entirely.
I feel like that may be the correct, that may be true. Looks like we're going to see the Depth Charge used on the CLT. CLT does have a rebuttal, but it's not going to stop the bullet time, and that's going to be a kill over the Lolcats. Ignite being used from Skizzy Barnes. I think their rebuttal there happened to just be on double up from Lolcats.
It was on the focus on the double up.
Like Ferromancy is going to hit onto How I Met My ADC. That's also going to be Magnet Storm being used. Cyclone being used in return as well. Mojo Jojo low. He's going to flash in. It's not going to be much of anything else. Bird's trying to chase, but it's not going to be anything else. And Skizzy Barnes now there. Wallyford in a very good spot. He's going to catch. He's going to make one-handed gaming flash, and one-handed gaming kind of walking back and using the crash down to get to safety and get that shield. Ruthless Predator into the trap from Wallyford with the slice and dice. That's ace in the hole. That's going to be CLT picking up the kill with the Radiant Volley.
Your support locked down the AD carry there. It was a free kill onto the Caitlyn, but the tunnel vision just the tunnel vision on the low HP bar, a little too heavy there from Wally, and that's gonna cost pretty much the entirety
of the momentum that they got on that play. They lived through so many ultimates. They had a great final spot from Soka, who had it up in a couple seconds too, just before all those deaths came in from Skizzy and Wally. So very close to turning that play on its head from the side of the Misfits, but they're starting to run out of those. You're running out of, so close. That Caitlyn's scary, man. 2 items, not great 2 items, but 2 items nonetheless here on the Caitlyn is
I
just
feel
difficult.
like they went. Oh, Dredge Line's gonna hit, but it's not gonna do much of anything. The Death Charge being used along with Final
There
Spark.
we go.
Bullet Time's gonna hit across 2 people there. One-handed gaming in a very bad way as Singularity also, or no, the Light Binding also hit. That's just 2 people dead for free because CC decided they wanted to overstep.
It's the exact play from draft that we talked about. They don't want to actually full on like honest 5v5 team fight you. It's gonna be a hook. It's gonna be a bind. It's gonna be a bandage toss. It's gonna find you. They're gonna burn everything on you and one other person, and the fight's off. They get it around the objective timer, and they're gonna start really coming back to this game. It's a shutdown on this Misfortune now, who, mind you, just a couple minutes ago, 0-2 in lane, struggling to get this collector, and now all of a sudden, comfortable, but in a much better spot. Wally, it's your turn.
Looks like Wallyford's going to be able to see CLT, going to catch him with the Ruthless Predator. Final Spark being used once again. Bandage Toss going to make sure CLT cannot move. But one-handed gaming does have the Magnustorm available. He only is going to use it on How I Met My ADC. Nautilus is there. The Curse of Sad Mummy going to try to do whatever he can to get away. Bandage Toss over wall to the Raptor Pit, going to smite the camp. Try to get some health back. Wallyford in a very bad way here. Soka taking the ace in the hole.
That was a phenomenal bandage toss there from How I Bet My ADC to get out of that. I think it's okay to give up Herald off of this. You got Dragon, you got a good fight win, a ton of gold picked up on your Misfortunate Nautilus, but picked up nonetheless. Just kind of let them have this. It's okay. You don't need to overforce this play. You can just breathe. Let the game happen. You can figure out how to deal with the Herald. You can't figure out how to deal with the Herald and losing 3 in this moment. And they're going to end up doing that as well, in terms of just sitting back and waiting. I'd like to see that. Now just spread back out. Dragon in 340, 1 minute on Baron. 20-minute Baron is not real at this moment here. They can just pick up this tower here and really spread out into a 1-3-1 or a 4-1 right now and see if they can't find a pick.
Yes, exactly. We're noticing now that there is 3 turrets from the side of Misfits to CC's none. So overall, the map is completely wide open at this point, other than 3 remaining outer turrets. But at this point, Misfits don't have to really worry about much of anything.
Nope. They're chilling.
That being said, I do like the fact that the Amumu picked up a Bramble Vest. Yes, it may be a little bit early, but healing can still play a very good portion into this, especially when you have a Caitlyn autoing.
Put it down as well with Conqueror and working on Sunder Sky too. That's going to help a lot. This might turn into a little more than what CC wants. They're going to commit this Herald. Wally's on that flank. They've got it warded up. They could collapse onto this. If Skizzy finds a hook, though, this fight might be forced.
Wally went over the wall, which, in all honesty, because of the fact that Rift Herald was down, it's a good play to just get out, take what you can.
So they picked up a little ground. They got the mid tower as well. And they show that they're watching the map a little bit. Skizzy, though, taking any little bit of space that is given to them, and Bird is going to start getting poked up by Soka. You're fine to burn Final Sparks like that when you do that much damage.
Bullet Time's going to ring across nothing. It's used for 0. Wallyford in there. He just used to call the make, try to get some damage, but nothing's going to come of it. Light Binding going to hit on one-handed gaming. Singularity going to do some damage as well. Siren in a very good spot to be able to hit maybe 3 people if they chose to go, but they do not have that Caitlyn.
You're missing that Caitlyn for a couple more seconds, so now is kind of your fight timer, and that should mean that Misfits just going to spread out. They're missing this bullet time from the Misfortune, which has been very good in these little bits and picks. Still 140, 135 before this Dragon. There's no reason to fight here. Get this crab and then just spread back out, fix your waves, spend your gold. I imagine there's at least 2 members on the side of Misfits right now. They're sitting on 1,000, and I think that's matched also on the side of Castercur. So just kind of sit back unless you're gonna get picked like this.
Flash Crashdown going to be used. The Magnustorm going to be used on the Skizzy Barnes. tried to run
that
away
CP.
towards the lolcat.
double.
Teleport coming in from Wallyford. Dominus being popped instantly. Mumu not able to get in. He's not able to use Curse of the Sad Mummy yet, but he does eventually on the Mojo Jojo. Crash down on from one-handed gaming. Unstoppable Force only hits on the lolcat, but it's not going to matter too much.
Yeah.
Golden Eclipse is not going to find much damage anywhere, but Soka going to use the final spark, trying to do whatever. He will survive it, even though being in a very bad position in a singular, or in an ability that locks you down, he's just going to flash away to safety.
I said it earlier, man. They don't need to fight right now. The objective, the Baron, can only be done if you mess up a fight, and overforcing like that's going to be a mess, and they're going to keep making mistakes.
Ooh, Soka's gonna die on a shutdown. Now that is 122 gold bonus over to CLT on the Mel. That was actually a really well played Solar Flare. Yes, it did not actually snare, but it did slow the Lux, which is kind of what they needed in that situation.
Yeah.
Dragon up in 3 seconds. This is gonna be Soul Point. Also, we have 2 identical dragons back to back for Soul.
It is too
Wallyford is going to be caught out. You're going to use the slice and dice to try and get away. Crash down, going to catch him out. Dominance has been popped. Bullet time reigns across 2. One-handed gaming trying to walk at lolcats now to force it away. That it will happen, but lolcats has full health.
Dangerous ward to auto their lolcats. I think you do just give it. They can buy time for the Lux. They feel like they've got the upper hand with these 2 items on the Lux, the 2 items on the Misfortune, but she's missing bullet time now. No flash, no barrier either. No flash on Soka, no flash on Wallyford, no ultimate either. This is just impossible. They're going to lose this so hard.
Oh, I meant my ADC is going to get jumped on with a Pyromancy, and I'm pretty sure that was Hex Flash over the wall. That's going to be a dead jungle. Now this is secured 100% for Soul Point for CC.
Just no reason to be there. Sorry, man. It's not yours. Final Spark getting pretty close. Putting in some work. The damage is there from Misfits. We said this last game as well, but it was on Caster Curse's turn. The damage is there. The competency is there. The gold is still pretty even as well. But it's just the situations that they're finding themselves in. It very much looks like Misfits have kind of forgotten what works. It's finding picks together as a group and burning everybody. They're looking for these full team fights, and that's not what they're supposed to do. They need to find something before objectives. They need to create pockets of question marks and vision, and so far they're going to do that. Someone's going to face check this eventually. It's just how long does that take? Could be Siren here.
And I was about to say, it looks like Siren may be the one to look to face check, but it's only going to be Soka now. Baron's up. They're going to use Bandage Toss to get into it. Hopefully he saves that second Bandage Toss. Light Binding's going to find Siren. Dredge Line comes out. Unstoppable Force being used. That is a really big cooldown. Shatter Strike is going to hit Skinny Barnes. He's going to Dredge Line back in, but only hit the wall. How I Met My ADC now looking to get in. Siren back in the fight. How I Met My ADC is getting a crash down because the Sad Mummy is out. Golden Eclipse hits nothing. Bullet time only going to rain across Mojo Jojo, but that is going to be a dead monkey as Wukong is... Siren actually is going to kill the Amumu. And now it's a 4v2. CLT is going to use the Hextech Protoball to win.
It should have gone terribly for Misfits, but Caster Curse did the same thing. They just forgot. How do they win a team fight? Well, you need your ultimate. You need to be able to lock down those Fortune. You need to just not get chipped out in these close, tight spaces. Go for these open, more poke-oriented fights, which, yeah, does sound kind of weird. How do we do that? We can't engage. That's not the point. You don't need to engage. Let the enemy team make the mistake for you. That's all you got to do. You got to play comfortable. But they're not taking space. They're not holding on to it. They're not playing around their zoning that's offered from a Mel Caitlyn comp. You've got one job, and they seem to be super focused on making these 5v5 team fights work, and they're getting out of range of their damage dealers. That was a subpar Misfortune ult, a bad Amumu ult, and they still won. And that's just off the back of you playing worse.
Dredge Line get a hit on the Caitlyn. Final Spark being used. Cleanse also being blown. Baromancy gonna hit Wallyford to try and get him away from the Caitlyn. Holy hell, where did Mojo Jojo go? There's 2 left alive. Unstoppable Force was used. Only hit 2. But now Caitlyn still is ace in the hole. Whoever takes it is going to be in a very bad split situation. Dredge Line is going to be used on the wall to try and get away. Skizzy is slowed thanks to the shattering, or seismic shard, not the shattering strike. Rebuttal used, it's going to hit Lux. Solar Flare being used, but no more damage being come out. Final Spark going to be using to kill one-handed gaming.
Just chilling out. Calming down.
Looks like the teleport's coming in from Wallyford. They do not see this yet. Going to be flashing in on the CLT, getting not only the Ruthless Predator, but the Call of the Meek to kill CLT 100%, making sure that Mel is not able to survive.
I don't think he could go. I think this is still a tough Baron. Unstoppable Force in a couple seconds here. Mojo Jojo's still alive right now. This is a very doable contest, but they're not going to do it at all. So the positioning is still okay for the side of Misfits, and they're going to now be able to run away with this. They've got the Baron right now, and it's just been like 4 minutes of disjointed kind of panic fights, and it's benefited Misfits in the end. Neither team seeming to want to calm down and spread the map back out and kind of go back to playing a little bit more of an honest game. So I don't know. I don't see Caster Curse recovering if they're going to keep playing like this, if they're going to keep getting caught out. But they might be able to find the pick that they want right now. Wally, you see them! Stop inviting us!
The light binding to hit on two, but only one person's going to be hit by the singularity. Looking at Siren's mana, I don't think they're going to have the potential to be able to fight for this, considering he also doesn't even have teleport up. So honestly, in my best opinion here, I think they just give this up. Never mind, Siren has mana back again. I didn't even notice he had blue buff.
Misfortune's still not in range. He's going to be answering to this Dragon in 10 seconds. They see Misfortune mid lane right now, so you can just get back into your space, set your line up around this banana brush, around these wards that you've got, put a trap line down, just park your Mel here. But they're continuing they're not doing it. Where's the trap?
Gonna hit on the Siren. That's gonna be an ultimate or unstoppable force in, but it's not gonna hit anybody. Mojo Jojo in the back line. He's gonna chunk Lolcat very low. Golden Eclipse being used, but it's not gonna kill anybody. Rebuttal being used on nothing. Solar Snare going to catch Lolcat out on the very tail end of that fight. Not the worst situation, but at the same time, it's not good at all.
Misfits, what are we diving for? Do we have a dive comp? Is that what they think? They must think that they have a dive comp. And why is my Wukong 3 screens away from my Caitlyn? Why is my Caitlyn not setting up a trap line? Why is my Mel not comfortably sitting and poking? We're doing all of these, we're making all of these mistakes after mistakes as Caster Curse, and it's continuing to show that they're not too aware of how they're supposed to win this game. I don't think they can imagine themselves winning this game right now. I don't think they understand how that works.
Gonna stop Wallyford. He's looking to continue this forward using the crash down. Wallyford does not have anything yet. He's gonna use the slice and dice to get over the wall. Thank God for that spell. The Ferromancy's gonna chase the Magnus Storm being used, but it is just gonna be able to walk away.
Yep, unfortunate. You held on to it for too long. The punishment comes in. It'll be up in time here for Baron. It'll be up in time for any extra plays. Almost gonna get that with the final spark there. My God, Soka's been such a pain in the ass for the side of Caster Curse throughout this entire game, and maybe that's why they've been diving so hard onto them. And Radum's picked up now for this Misfortune, so proper threat. If she could maybe just, group this up at the same time as a hook like this right now, it'd be so good.
Bird is forced to flash and use cleanse. Bullet time gonna rain down. Wallyford autoed the turret with the Ruthless Predator. That's just going to get turret damage.
There we go.
Now Siren in a very bad position. He has a perfect opportunity to use Unstoppable Force, but there was no potential from follow-up. So that stops a 5-man. Oh, he's going to hit. Solar Snare's going to go down. Golden Eclipse going to take out the luck. Now it's on the forward turret, so the Sad Mummy going to fall as well. That's going to be 2 immediately falling. Bandage Toss going to hit. That's going to be how I met my ADC, flashing away into safety, away from the turret. But now they have to deal with CLT's clear, using the Radiant Volley.
Not there. That's like the dream scenario. They get the reflect on the root into a layer, a burst onto Soka, and the call comes up. We've got to fight this. This is our best chance, and I do agree it is, but no access to the Misfortune at all. They couldn't make it through the tanks. Obviously, they're not going to make it through the tanks. They don't have damage with this comp. Their goal. I'm going to keep saying this, and I don't care if it gets annoying. They need to set up space. They need to just zone and poke and get like a 20-30% HP bar advantage before these fights. That's how they're gonna win. They're not gonna win in a straight up honest 5v5 and an honest 4v4. It's never gonna happen. You're dealing with a Misfortune, and continued failure to realize that is going to cost them this game. They're gonna go down 0-2, and that's gonna be disastrous. I comfortably see Misfits winning this game at this one.
I do as well, unless CC finds a really good team fight here, but it does not seem plausible as they're setting up a 4-man death rush.
Someone gotta check this.
They're
gonna. Thank you.
They checked it with the Radiant Volley. Fortunately, I think they kind of had an idea that was happening, regardless of the positioning of it. Dragon up in 2 minutes, Baron up in 55. I believe the Baron may be the end-all, do-all for this game.
It needs to... It should just be this Baron. It should just be a turn. Any hook from Skizzy.
Ooh, the Bandit Toss is going to hit onto the clone.
Yeah, nothing found off that. They've got this priority, though. No Baron on the map if I get 30 seconds. They should be getting a little deeper with these wards. They should be focusing on clearing after this wave. You've got Sweeper up here from Skizzy, and they're not even checking the river brushes, so whatever. W-bye, Randuin's, my god, I could speak. Goodbye here from Skizzy. You've got 2 crits coming down onto you, so it's not too bad. The slow and the auto check is definitely going to be affecting Bird a lot as well. He's not been having a great time in this game. Skizzy getting picked off again, but they can't turn it into anything else.
Death Charge going to be used. Final Spark also being used. Bird now below half health. The teleport coming in from Siren. That's going to immediately get hit by a light binding on his way in. But Dominus is being popped by Wallyford. Going to look to try and go in. He uses the blast code over the wall, steps on a trap. He does not have any way in or out at this point in time. That's going to be their Renekton going down. Solar Flare along with Unstoppable Force keeping them away. That's a Misfortune dead at this point in time. How I Met My ADC gonna get slowed from the old Solar Flare. Soka gonna kill one-handed gaming with the Singularity Flash from Soka. Siren catching very low. That's gonna be How I Met My ADC falling. Mojo Jojo can go over the wall with the clone, but he's gonna choose to do the Nimbus Strike. And that's a huge fight for CC and the thing they needed to look for.
Wally, like, tunneled and just dove the backline, right? I'm not crazy. That's what I saw? Okay.
Yes.
There we go. That's
and then he used the
right
blast code to get into an even worse spot.
Yeah, and then screwed himself even more. And you look at those HP bars. Hey, man, those are pretty low HP bars right there. I wonder if my Renekton would have enough damage to maybe make a difference there. Possibly. We could never know. Could never tell. And as is with the name, we've cursed them. We've cursed 4 Misfits, and Cassicers are coming on back into this game. They're now knocking on this game with the Soul. They've got a Baron as well, and there's no Amumu in range. So now Misfits fighting against the Soul, fighting against the Baron, and fighting against themselves to just not overdive. It's a poke comp versus a poke comp, and neither team seems too keen to poke out the other.
Yes, exactly. I do like the fact that they did not reset immediately after that Baron, knowing the Dragon was up. Yes, I do not think the Amumu could have gotten there in time, but at the same time, it's still better in that situation to offset your tempo just a tiny bit on the map, just so you can secure that big objective.
It's a big objective picked up, and now finally a breather, finally spreading out. And trying to look at this top tower. It's been up here for 5 minutes. It's time to die. You know, the clock has been ticking and it's been ringing. You know, when you leave like your oven alarm going for too long, you got your headphones on, you can't hear it. That's what's been going on with this top tower, and Soka is gonna be the one to check it. And of course, it's all birds.
Oh, the crackdown misses, but it does not matter. The Cyclone's raining through. It's like CLT gonna get the kill with the Radiant Volley, and now they're gonna look to continue pushing top. Siren's gonna spot it out. Wallyford, he sees him walking. The Slice and Dice is gonna be used to get away, but Siren is so looking big. It does not even matter. He's just making that crocodile completely scared.
Your team's turret has been destroyed.
And for very good reason, because that unstoppable force at this point in time is going to be huge. Wallyford going to go over the wall, looking to try and catch CLT, but it's not going to happen.
You're not picking up the
That
round.
was a very... I honestly think that was a good attempt, but it just
But they
didn't
didn't
turn
seize
into
the
what they
round.
needed it to be.
I don't care if there's nobody in there. CC the rail if you want to try and find that fight. Don't run away. I know they're
Yes.
like they're so tunneled on these squishies, and even then like, oh, but if you CC the rail, it's a bad fight. Exactly, it's just a bad fight. And
Canyon Minion doing a lot of damage to that turret.
true. And just go back to what worked, Misfits. Skirmish, find your ultimates, just dump onto someone.
Final
Look,
spark
you're
gonna
finding that
catch
burst
Bird.
on the- They'll do it eventually.
I literally thought they were gonna look to try to execute on that with the final spark, taking the Bird below half health. But Bird now on that reset after taking the final spark. CLT just looking to collect some Emberlings across the map and looking to go bot.
Looking to go bot, just collecting farm. Big Crypt Bloom purchase on the Mel is going to be massive in these fights. So if already we've been seeing Caster Curse just demolish fights if they're picking up the first kill, but now it's going to be even. They're going to be getting that full summoner heal. Siren picked off. How long is that pick though?
Unstoppable force is going to be used over the wall to get him to safety. You know something that I just thought of?
What's up?
How scary would it be if a Malphite was running at you at Mach 10?
Well, I had to live through that, and it was very scary. I don't want to do it again. I don't want Predator to be back. I don't like Predator.
I'm meaning like in this day and age, not even with Predator.
This is probably... this is a pretty scary Malphite with the team around them. Abyssal Mask is not a terrible buy. Not great either, but is okay. I do like they're stealing camps here. It was definitely a big... If you're going to go MR, it's a Force of Nature game. And if that doesn't sound right, then, you know, probably not a good MR game. Maybe you should stack HP. Regardless, into this game, I do need my Renekton in this Misfits team comp to start pulling their weight in the team fights again. We had kind of a quiet last 5-10 minutes here from Wallyford, and you know it's been them being able to be that person tipping the scales for the side of Misfits. I don't think that pin's gonna turn to anything. They want to fight desperately from Misfits, but they're not gonna win a full honest team fight. Not in this position.
Agreed, and I think one-handed gaming kind of running at them there. If she would have accidentally pressed W, that would have been a dead rel.
Should have been a dead rel. Someone should be dead there. Someone should be dead there. Either it's a win
Light
from
binding,
Caster
just find
or...
nothing.
Of course, it's just checking. Minute before Dragon, minute and a half before Elder. These are the kind of nightmare situations that you never want to experience ever in your games. And it just feels like the team behind just loses automatically. They're going to walk up to this Baron, they're going to get picked off, or they're going to be late to this Baron, and they're going to lose it while they're just huddling around Dragon. So...
This is actually, that final spark was actually really good. That caught CLT and a little bit of Bird. That means if that Nautilus was not backing in this situation, they could have used all that opportunity to get vision control and maybe set up a death brush. But it looks like Baron's not even going to be the play. It looks like they're all trying to rotate down to Elder.
Yeah, it's the scarier one. It's the one that 100% ends your game if the enemy team gets. So both teams going to hunker around this. You're going to see someone probably pull away to the Baron. And so good on red side to have these wards. They're going to be able to spot that out and engage instantly on that timer. And so we're just going to see these teams posture around this Dragon for the next minute or so. I need to see zoning from either of them. Bird's got to start setting up traps. They got to start poking with CLT, claim this banana brush, set up a trap line, and then go for the hard engage after you've done some damage.
On to Wallyford here. He's going to use the seismic shard to slow him down. Not much coming of it yet, but we are potentially seeing what looks like to be a flank coming from Wallyford. If Wallyford is able to get this flank off, it is going to be so good for them. Elder Dragon has spawned. They spawn out Wallyford. They chunk him a little bit with the Radiant Volley. Singularity gonna tickle Siren just even slightly. Wallyford's still on the back side. going over the wall. That's going to be a flash over the wall, trying to keep him away. But look where Siren is. He's getting picked. Final spark being used. Depth charge being used. Where? Why is he there? Why are you looking on the Wallsford? Cyclone being the second part of it not being used yet. There goes the second part. Bullet time. Raining Frost 2. That's going to be one-handed gaming going down to the bullet time. Solar Flare going to catch Skizzy, but that is going to be a very bad situation for CLT. He is low. Caitlyn's still up. They need to take either the reset or they can look. Okay, they're looking like they're going to clear out the waves.
Yeah, just chill. Reset. You don't
Honestly,
have enough
I think Lowcats having GA here is really good.
Yeah. GAs are a fine tool in terms of like getting picked off in sides, but how these fights have been going, AD carry dying will almost always signal a fight out. So it's a tool that you have to kind of use as best as possible. This burn is not as fast as you wish it was. Bird and CLT, they're gonna feast off of this once this Elder gets picked up.
I thought CLT got that.
I did too. I was expecting that. On the way down though, they're gonna pick it up. They lost Soka. They're gonna start getting corralled around this top side. How I met my ADC.
Teleport coming in.
Sacrifice?
From Siren. Root like Unstoppable Horse is going to be used on How I Met My ADC. Curse to the side, Mummy being popped, but nothing else going to come of it. CLT getting a kill credit for that kill. Only one left with Elder. That it's going to end up not being worth it in the overall. But we are getting to a point where the gold lead is not going to mean much of anything.
Yeah, it's not gonna. The gold leads in this entire series have always been kind of just for show. Still, you know, another objective, another space here early for Caster Curse, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Where's my trap line? Where's my trap line from Bird? Set it up around that, you know, around Blaststone, around that opening there into the Baron pit. Just set up something. I understand you're believing this Baron to be free. You don't have time to set that up, but it's a just-in-case situation. What if someone picks off that trap? It's a free kill. Caitlyn does damage now. It's a near full build. Hex Optics and IE and LDR picked up from this Caitlyn. You just are asking someone to step on these traps.
Yes. One thing I am noticing in the vision across everywhere on the map, Misfits is using vision in the lane, which is actually very beneficial for them. They can see what is where. I have not noticed CC do that at all. So they are not going to be able to catch out any potential hovers from, like, say the Amumu if he chooses to sit behind for a moment, bait out, or have his AD carry be bait. But with Baron, that's most likely not going to be the case, purely because those minions will shred you a lot faster.
Yeah, the minions are starting to really matter around these waves. It's, you know, I mentioned for a while ago, yeah, I don't see how Misfits can lose this game. Well, when they start misplaying consistently for 10 minutes straight, it's definitely going to get out of hand, and once they're back and ready to look, there's no plays. There's no picks. There's no chances for you to just dump ults onto everyone, and it'd be good on Caster Curse here to not create those positions. They're not getting caught out in such disastrous ways than they are. It's Siren, and it's taking 10 seconds to kill that guy. Soka, my good god.
Gonna eat a Radiant Volley with a Golden Eclipse. That's not going to be very much happening else. They're both going to catch the Light Binding. They're not going to catch anybody with it. Right now, the one big difference that I want to notice is, even though, yes, Mojo Jojo is down in gold to How I Met My ADC, those 4 items on the Amumu are not doing anything for their team right now. Compared to the 3 items that Mojo Jojo has. Light Binding's going to catch Lux. That's going to be CLT going to annihilate them. Siren's in the wing, kind of just forcing this turret. One-handed gaming, backing them completely off of it. Looking to maybe engage, but it's not going to be it. Shattering Strike going to hit on the no one. That's 2 inhibitors down. Baron is still available. They can look to keep going, but Siren has no mana. He keeps using abilities like it's nobody's business. The Dredge line only hits a minion.
They don't have ways
First Nexus turret is going down. That's going to be Dominus being popped to try and survive. Shattering Strike going to hit 2. That's going to be Unstoppable Force also hits too, but bullet time ran across 4 people for a moment. But now the old cat cannot hit a thing. The GA has been popped, and that will be a triple kill to CLT. That's actually going to be a quadra kill for CLT, and game number 2 going over to CC.
It's a great game from CC to come on back and puts them in a 1-1 situation. And you want to be able to play in a very comfortable situation. You want to be able to play kind of back into your best of 3 mindset that maybe you're a little more comfortable with throughout this season. And it's honestly big on them to kind of come back from tons and tons of errors, a series of just unfortunate events stacking up into a situation where it felt like they were entirely out. It felt like they couldn't make the correct play, but they were able to capitalize on a little bit of a misplay from Wally and from Skizzy, who kind of didn't really respect the team, the situation they were in. They felt like they were in the ahead state that they were with the Tom Kitchens and Zhao. Different case, different play style entirely, and they just didn't adjust in time.
I definitely agree, especially because of the fact that they wanted to seem like they kept wanting to fight when they started to fall behind, and they just got punished for it. Is especially once Mel became online, it's just like at that point you could be 2 screens away from Mel and still one shot their AD carry or one shot their mid lane.
I'm just surprised we didn't see more of those Mel one shots earlier on. We were ready to see those around 35 minutes, but I mean, we got 2 poke comps, and there's not a poke to be seen other than the errant Caitlyn headshot coming on through. Not an RFC picked up, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with that, but just expecting a little more poke. So hopefully these teams going into this next game here commit back to that identity. They seem to want to dive. They seem to want to play fast and loose and quick. I need to see them. I need to see them really kind of step up into that.
Exactly. Also, CLT mentioned us. Literally, that entire game for most of the game for CLT was literally just a game of dodgeball with not
Lux, yeah.
not only the Lux, but you had the Amumu, you had the Nautilus, and eventually you had the bullet time from Mel or from Misfortune, not Mel. But so like, I do love the fact that Mel was able to do as well as she did, given the fact that it was literally a game of dodgeball.
It's close. Very, very close. I need to take a step away, grab some stuff. I'll be right back. Hopefully these teams aren't too far from into draft once I see them, because man, we've been cruising through this series right now. I had an unfortunate case where a full best of 5 was a 3-0, and game 1 took an hour and 45 minutes to finish. Which is an unfortunate. So I'm happy to be here.
Take a moment to step away so I can let my dog back in, but that will only be for a moment. So I'll be right back. I don't know if Spies is here if he wants to talk. So, but give me one moment, guys.
Make sure you refill your water if you got any.
Inside. Solar. Okay, everybody. Sorry about that. I am back. So far, draft has not started, which is Interesting. Don't know if they're taking a moment. We did get a ready up from Misfits. Nothing yet from from CC. Altogether, though, if I had to kind of give anybody a lot of credit for that last game, I think it has to go to CLT. CLT did a really good job of playing that game, playing as he did, and being as far behind as he was. So we're going to look to go into the draft. I think these drafts are pretty much going to say just about the same. Misfits going to ban away Zach Tristan. There goes the Anivia, and there goes the Way, which I do think was banned last game too. Yes, it was. I kind of am expecting them to triple ban CLT here because I think Soka has a very big disadvantage into this. We are seeing Vi being picked up from Caster Curse. There's a lot of combinations that they could use with a Vi that could give them a really good team fight or completely destroy them.
Buys are always scary on one, in my opinion. I don't hate it. I love Vi. Vi is so fun to play. I think she's really obvious in terms of what you're supposed to do, and I like this adjustment from Caster Curse on. Man, we just overcooked these last couple games. Let's just calm down. Let's just, take a breather, pick something easy that we know how to play. I'm talking like Vi, Ari, Kaisa, Alistar kind of comp, and just running the ones. But Misfits kind of reading what they're seeing already, and they're like, okay, you want to dive? Play Freljord. We're gonna just slow you down for all eternity. Zyra Khan works the same way as that Alistar Kaisa that I mentioned, but now you're playing Rakan into Braum. Not terrible. In fact, Rakan is usually the champion a lot of people like to play into Braum in terms of engage, but you're playing dive into Braum. How long is the clock gonna not strike midnight?
That charm can only do so much if the Braum is ulting you, and it looks like they're going to pick up an Aphelios. Not the worst situation in the world for the Aphelios to have so far, with Zaya Rakan being shown and having that Braum, but if Vi just clicks R on you, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not entirely sure how they're going to remedy that from the rest of the map.
This is one of the biggest ego Aphelios picks I've seen in a long time. And I used to play with a bunch of Aphelios one tricks. And they'd always be like, yeah, I'm going to go Aphelios here. And it's into the worst Aphelios game you've ever seen possible. And like 50-50, it works. If this champion can get fed early, you're going to run away with this game. You have so many options. You're so comfortable. If you know how to cycle guns, especially as the Aphelios, it's OP. But if you don't know how to do that, or you've mess up that timing once, it's over. You're not going to be able to get back in the game. So very fine line Misfits are running right now.
Exactly. And I myself personally have a rule with the Aphelios. If you are below like Emerald 1, you really shouldn't be playing the Aphelios.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if you can make it work, make it work. Don't immediately fall to, hey, let's do this or that. Let's try to make this work for your team. Give yourself the correct draft around that Aphelios, and you will have the best time ever.
Camille into this? I don't like the way Misfits are steering this comp. I see
now.
I see it with the Cassante Alawi bans, like it makes sense, but I don't know, man. Camille like this. Camille is a great top laner in like game 4, game 5, when a lot of things are off the table, but you're just asking to get Shen. You're asking to get Ambessa or Fiora or Jaxed, or like I can keep going with all these matchups that kind of suck for the Camille, and you're just giving them that.
Honestly, into the Camille, I would have picked Anar.
Mm-hmm.
As I said the other day while I was casting, and it was a Camille into Anar, or not Anar, but it ended up being an Anar jungle. The Nar, well, let me explain it like this. Yeah. I used to coach a now top laner in the LCS known as Denethor for Dignitas. He was for the longest time a Camille 1 trait. He always said the Gnar was the worst matchup that he fucking hates.
Mhm.
And for very good reason. One, Gnar has the rage bar, so he can gain health back mid-trade if you're not careful. Also, why do we have a Vigar?
It's a fine Vigar. They're diving. Shen, Rakan, Vi, Syndra, sort of. Not really. Shen, Rakan, Vi are diving. You can put up the baby cage. It's chilling. You're gonna be chilling once you pop that cage. Once it's down, yeah, you're dead. But you got a couple
Honestly,
seconds of life.
I would have preferred, like, looking at their comp with the Camille, if they are going to pick the Camille, pick goddamn Galio or something.
Yeah, you can run the Galio
gives
here.
you setup.
You're on the Galio.
Don't
You can
just
run
immediately
Rise,
sell.
run Oriana too, but it's okay. It's comfort into the matchup. We'll see how Soka can kind of continue to outperform the expectations that we've been having in terms of draft. Another big thing too about the Camille Gnar matchup, to kind of piggyback on that, is dude, the best time to fight as Camille is Gnar's best time. Gnar is mega. Gnar wants to square up one of the strongest champions in the game before level 9 in terms of base stats, and Camille needs to just run the ones on that. And if you make one little misstep, you get stunned. You get even hit by the hop at that point in time, and it's just over.
Yes, Camille has a very hard time into the Gnar. And as I was saying, you have the Rage Blade, you have the W stun. You even have your ultimate that can just push Camille out of her hook shot if she's trying to hook shot into you. There's zero way that Camille has to be able to get in and actually do anything. So I definitely like the Shen pick here, though, too, because not only are you protecting your carries, you're able to potentially even just E into them and just haunt them. And then for a few seconds, you have your W available. So where's all their damage coming from or going with their auto attacks? Right? You have nothing at that point.
No, this
from the side of
Misfits. This is a very sorry game for Camille Sejuani. I'm gonna be so honest. Like you don't really get to smack somebody if they get 2v2. If they can cause a lot of havoc in the 2v2, which that's not a traditional, top jungle is not like the 2v2 you typically talk about when it comes to like directing drafts and leading games forward, but it's a possibility. Maybe this is just the best Camille in the world. Maybe we're watching like Baby Bin right now. Lord knows we need another one of those people, but I mean maybe it's here. And this is the best Camille I've ever seen. But if it's not, I mean, this is a pretty quick 2-1 angle here for Caster Curse. They've got so much engage, and that's always going to benefit in these games where the teams just run at you. I agree with like they got to play slow a little bit to let their comp get up. They're not going to do that. They're going to skirmish as much as possible. They're going to try and get this Syndra to demolish the Vigar with the help of Vi, and I think they can do that. I think they can unlock this Xayah or this Rakan very easily into Braum Aphelios, and Braum's not going to be able to match that pressure, and Xayah's going to be able to push into Aphelios. So it's a hard game for Misfits, and it's going to be coming down to a lot of execution, which always makes it hard to favor a team when you're like, yeah, it's execution based.
I definitely agree with you, especially because of the fact that now at this point, you have a Vi who has 2 targets she can select quite easily with her ultimate. And if you're ulting from Shen onto that Vi, potentially, in any situation, that person is just going to get blown up. But even in most cases, you're not going to be doing that. You want to be able to ult onto your Syndra, your Xayah. But at the same time, if you do it onto your Vi, no one's going to blame you because the Aphelios will be dead, the Vigar will be dead. Heck, even your Camille will be dead at that point in time. There's a lot of damage potential from the side of Caster Curse in this moment.
It's 200 years. Or do you count how many years of development this whole game has been through? Ready to watch a Syndra blow everyone up or just do absolutely nothing and no in between? This champion is both ridiculously over and underpowered, depending on how good you are at it. CLT, don't troll. I know you have the stream open. I got him to post the game score. So we got the game score now. Hello, everybody. 2 minutes into load in, it sounds like both you and me are pretty in favor of Caster Curse. But kind of a little recap on the series that we've got. Game 1 was a not slow, not methodical. Well, slow, but not quite methodical, but a very slow burn of a game where you could kind of watch Misfits just slowly creep up into the game and get very comfortable with their leads and very comfortable with their comp. Game 2, they kind of lost that. And they really forgot, both teams honestly, forgot how to play their comps in terms of they both picked super heavy poke, and Caster Curse just had a little bit more going on in terms of the dive to be able to finish that out. Now, here to game 3, we dive in.
Yep. We're just doing straight dive. Only thing that cannot happen is your AD carry and your mid lane are doing that dive as well. But at the same time, I don't think that anyone from the side of Misfits is going to be able to go onto the AD carry or mid lane purely because Xayah has the ultimate. Syndra has her scatter of the week. So at that point, where are you going? Probably a whole like 2 inches, and that's it. Or even not even inches, 2 pixels.
2 inches, man. Story of a lot of people's life. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That one was there. It'll be a game of inches, though.
Yes, it was. But honestly, though, if Misfits can somehow get ahead, it will be a lot easier for them.
If they're able to let the Sejuani comfortably look for plays on her ult cooldown, which is going to be a little longer, I think, than cease and desist from the Vi. So that part kind of worries me a little bit. But in general, if you can skip camps comfortably as the Sejuani, you've won the game already. So that's going to be your big marker. If you're seeing the Sejuani skip camps for plays and the plays are continuing to work, Misfits will have this game in the bag.
Yes, they will. Honestly, I think a key matchup here is definitely going to be that mid lane. Once again,
As always.
purely based on the factor that Veigar wants to scale. He does have the first strike, so he will get a little bit more cash and income flowing into his entire kit. Oh,
Nice.
oh,
Well,
foul play detected. Returning to lot. What? I'm
oh,
so confused with going
they
on.
got vanguarded. If it says foul play, unless they type
I
that.
think they're joking with that, but I'm not sure.
Because I think that's the message when you get kicked for being too spicy in the chat. Anyway, I updated our champion doc now, so that's going. It is correct. Dude, there's a
Yes.
slide. Whatever.
So while we sit in this pause, I kind of want to go over a second key matchup here. It is
So?
definitely going to be the top lane. I think at this point we just let the bot lane do what they got to do and scale. And top lane,
has reconnected.
it's kind of not a whole lot that Camille can do. But at the same time, early game, she's going to run Shen over unless Shen messes it up. However, I do not see that being the possibility as Siren decided to take Ignite.
I don't mind the Ignite take. I think with Stand United on top of the quest teleport that you get, I don't think there's too much of a concern for Shen to have the empowered TP. I think you can go Ignite to try and just make up for that lack of damage that you're going to be having against Camille. You're not going to have a reliable way to get the empowered Twilight Assaults, pulling that sword through the Camille. You're not going to have a reliable way to do that, so you have to make up that damage elsewhere. And I think Ignite is perfectly fine to do that.
That may be true, but at the same time, me personally, I would prefer if you're going to do that, do like an exhaust or something. Something that gives you a little bit more of a way to reduce the damage that the Camille will do, but also at the same time make it so that way you can do a little bit more of a trade. I do like the fact though that Camille took the Grasp of the Undying here. That is actually really beneficial for her.
Yeah,
It's going to definitely. Well, most people I notice will greed take Conquer into tank matchups.
Yeah, but see, you have a Cho'Gath ultimate on a 2-second cooldown.
That's true.
So, you don't have to worry about tanks.
Standard threats.
Nothing too big. Well, the pop for Sejuani does mean how I met my ADC is I'm going to expect to be a little bit on the slower side and a little unhealthier just because of that. But so far, just trades going tit for tat, figuring each other out. Siren could also get a big advantage too. A fun little interaction Camille's have to deal with is how the passive shield builds up. If the Shen keeps just autoing instead of using the Twilight Assaults, the actual AP damage is what is hitting you the most. But if you just get a couple of these extra auto attacks and gets one big trade that's an AD shield from Wallyford, they're going to run away with this game.
Looks like Wallyford was hitting level 2 first. We do know that they took W level 2 or W level 1. I'm going to assume level 2 that they took Q. Just to purely be able to push that wave a little bit more faster, because hookshot level 2 is only good if you know you're going to be able to get the kill. Mid lane, we saw some pretty good damage from CLT onto Soka.
Yeah, those trades are always going to be in favor of the Syndra when you're landing the W every single time. Force of Will is just a really good button. Here's that taunt. I don't think Siren wanted that to go any further, Wally. Okay, nothing to see here. Everybody move on. Siren, you got punished. Siren, Wally!
Oh, okay.
That's a play. That's a play in League of Legends that I just had to watch. Anyway, grand entrance. Not the Lolcats. Getting a little too far forward. Just checked on their position. It happens. It happens, guys. Now, maybe.
And it just looks like they're trying to play aggressive in the bot lane here. Not really able to get much done, but Siren gets punished on the overset trying to push the wave. In all honesty, I don't think Siren needed to push that wave. This time purely based on the fact that that wave was still in a very good spot for him. Grand Entrance could have used here.
Yeah, it's turning into a little bit extra. That what what Misfits wanted. They do not want to mess with that whatsoever. So comfortable.
Looks like they're looking for a dive top lane. Potentially.
It's gonna be in response to this Vi bot side. Once that reset comes in, Siren's got to check it, but this assault's gonna land them down as hookshot. Honestly, it's perfectly fine to cancel, but now you're missing that cooldown. The Shen near impervious. They've got the energy for that way to block the auto attacks, the refuge. So, as of right now, just a vibe through on the top lane with Vi coming top side and another grand entrance. Landing on a Skizzy, hasn't been able to position great against the Rakan so far, but they're still alive. So, props to them.
Yes, I do like the pullback that Xayah was able to get there. Yet she is able to stun Lolcats, or snare Lolcats actually, not stun. And now how I met my ADC, despite the fact of coming by here, is not able to look because they're both at like 25% HP right now.
Yeah, they're low on HP. The mana also not great from Lolcats, but perfectly fine for a fight. But as you mentioned, it's just that HP right now, making it difficult to do anything. And CLT's been getting away with a lot of these short trades. How I met my ADC is going to show up bot side just to kind of discourage this dive. You're not necessarily here to stop to gank. You're not here to fight. You're just here to show presence, and that means you're going to lose your Raptors for this. And it's going to start ballooning into a whole lot more as well because your bot lane is taking a bad reset, is losing a wave. You're losing your camps. It can scale away from you pretty quick here.
Yes, it can. And looking at the CS difference so far in the bot lane, it's only 55 minutes, and Xayah's already at 50 CS. Compared to the 32 that the Aphelios has.
It's been
So
It's just the positioning. The Braum hasn't really been able to match up with the Rakan. Aphelios level 1 is so disastrous that you just fall behind instantly. You're usually zoned off from waves 1 and 2, and you just can't really reapproach ever, because if you try and do something, you're just going to lose in its entirety, so you're going to half-ass it, and then you lose anyway. And it's a losing... Aphelios loses level 1. It's just the way it goes.
one thing we didn't get to see was Vi had to be forced to use Flash over the wall, Vault Breaker then to get away. They did end up trying to chase. Camille losing quite a little bit top lane, but not far too much, as it does look like that's just potentially looking to build a slow push towards the Camille right now. Shen still hasn't been able to back yet, by the way.
Yeah, it's not great if you're the Shen right now. You're going to be losing something. That is the disadvantage of taking the Ignite, but you found a kill, so effectively you're doing okay. How I'm at my AC, just going to get hit up by the Assault and Battery and Cease and Desist and everything in between, but we're just chilling right now. Eyes are really set on this dragon. They want to try and break this open, but you're dealing with this just juiced Xayah right now with the DS Sword. I don't see Misfits being able to contest this at all. In fact, they're going to get too close. Skizzy getting locked down. Grand Entrance able to get caught up. Here comes Mojo Jojo. Cease and Desist. Lockdown. Vault Breaker coming in a couple seconds to get back. But the pull late onto Lolcat's able to make it out of the play.
He may have made it out of the play, but he did have to blow everything in return to even do so. But at the same time, Skizzy's heal is coming up, so the next time a play like that can happen, it is still very likely that he can survive. Dragon is still up on the map currently. That is Ocean Dragon, which would be very beneficial for Skizzy, but also at the same time, it's going to be beneficial for Siren up there into the Wally for on the Camille. Mid lane just already has a CS lead of 17 compared to the Vigar, which not what you want to see if you're playing Vigar. Now he gets caught.
Oh, Unleash Power.
With the Unleash Power.
Oh my god.
That
Actual 1
was-
HP.
Yep.
Actual 1
They spot
HP.
how I'm at my ADC on the Dragon. Assault and Battery gonna go over the wall.
Vault Breaker. I've been calling it wrong. Assault and
Vault
Battery is
Breaker.
a
Assault and Battery
messed
is
up.
the...
Ultimate is Cease and Desist. Assault and Battery is something else. That's something. It's not in this game. It's something else though.
I think it's her E though, if I remember correctly.
Relentless
I don't
Force.
remember. Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
cooked.
don't remember.
I know. Assault and Battery is just a fun, funny, I guess, like one-liner you can run with the Cease and Desist. You get reported.
I
body
just saw
cams off,
Braum miss a
volleyball.
point-blank range Q, and I'm questioning life.
Don't worry, Shen on screen also missed the taunt, so things aren't going much
Yep.
better up top side. It's okay. We look away. We avert our eyes. Syndra is really starting to pull away, though. Yeah, you mentioned the CS lead. It is natural in the lane, but it's starting to get really, really dicey if you're the Vigar. You're starting to look at, hey, she's going to have Blackfire Torch. By the way, not a great item to buy at all. I think Ludens is just going to be, like, infinitely better. I get the improved AP on it. You're not really buying it from the burn, but then if you're not buying it for the burn and you're buying it for improving your AP, why not just buy Ludens and just do more burst damage? That's your job. Glacial Picker can land on Skizzy. Trying to extend this trade as best as possible. Lolcats, though, knocked up. There comes the Featherstorm. Pull back in a couple seconds to your charm to get the time. Bird, 2 more autos needed. Can't get the Feather pullback. Lolcats
Another one
again.
survival thanks to the heal from Skizzy. That was very good for them. Siren stood still for a moment. Baby Cage could have catch Soka, but it's not going to matter too much on Unleash Power.
One. On the play. It's chilling.
Honestly, that is really good considering your Vigar is go. Well, actually, no. Usually, if you go the Rod of Ages build, you want to get the Seraph's Embrace, so that way you just never die. I don't know why Soka hasn't bought in tier yet. Interesting.
Oh my god, we did finish Roy. Yeah, I just looked down. Oh my god. Whatever. It'll be fine. Standing United is popped. Trying to get on out. I guess you saved your bot lane, Smile?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they could have done much even without, or done much if Stand United wasn't popped regardless. But at the same time, that's going to definitely save their bot lane the tempo that they need. And have now because of the fact that first turret is gone. DLT scattered a weak on the Soka. Bunch of damage coming out. From both sides, actually.
Yeah, they're able to match it up pretty well. The Vygar doesn't have damage that you can ignore, but it's not enough to find lethal without going for multiple rotations of spells and getting hit about as much as you're dishing out each time. We saw in that earlier play, it's exactly what happened. Anyway, they laid swap topside a little early for this Herald, and I guess they're just trying to collect as much as they can, but even better, we don't even have the old like plate system where it was a time thing. So this kind of lane swap is great for that, but it's 1:30 before Dragon, and we're trying to dive top here, so CLT is marked for death. Unleash power is enough to kill. CLT get a flash on forward, picks up that kill. Bola gonna go wide for the tower shot, making it for a 1-for-1. You can't get out of that dive. It's gonna go in favor of CC.
Honestly, I love the 2-for-1 across the entire map, as well as the fact that they're still playing this wave entirely for the turret. Honestly, it's really good that they're playing this like this. Wildcat's still getting some cross-map pressure with getting some platings here in the mid lane. Mojo Jojo gonna get spotted out, one-handed gaming though in the wing. Teleport coming in.
Cats on the wrong side of this, kind of allowed to get away. They got that 2D coming in from the Camille, the Lollipird. As soon as they showed up, is just instantly cut down though. Able to find that Hextech ultimatum, but yeah, punished instantly. Siren able to pick that one up. Felicia Fisher knocks up CLT. Looking to try and extend this fight here. Grand Entrance picking up the there of how I met my ADC. Breaker charged up, can't get in there though, so play dead again. 19 seconds for the Dragon, no top laner, no TP here.
Honestly, it's just right now looking like to be a methodical game, but they are making some very good plays here. Lowcats is probably just going to die here. Barrier being used. Mind on the deck.
It's just getting farther and farther away from the Misfits. They're forgetting what's making it work, and they've got too much scaling at this moment. And they're down so much already just in their lane matchups. Vault Breaker, another lockdown. How I met my AC, able to get away from that Grand Entrance, but nope, the curtains are opening up on this game, and it's starting to just run away here for the side of Caster's Curse.
Dragon, yep, second Dragon. This one, it will not be an Infernal Soul, so that means we are going to get some different Dragon Souls this time. Honestly, for the side of CC, you're hoping for a Hextech Soul. You are hoping and praying for it, because that is going to definitely make this game just blow up and so much faster. Nope, you get Cloud.
Just a non-factor in this game, will be for a long time. We've been seeing these games go pretty long though. 35 minutes plus, so Aphelios can definitely be back in there. But I don't know. It's so hard to imagine Aphelios coming back into this game. Can't breathe, can barely get farmed comfortably. They're calling Willie here into the mid lane, but it's red pretty quickly. They got the TP on this flank, but it's a Vygar flank. How useful is this Vygar flank? Bird might be able to make it real. Splish is going to land as well. They've got the Saint Area coming up. Willie showing up in the area. Hextech ultimatum going to land on Zaya. Bird trying to get away. Doesn't have the Feather Storm. Going to get cut down, shut down. Now picked up by Soka. Looking to get it on the one-handed gaming. One stack needed to get it. They're going to get the stun of the tower. Looking to kind of try and find it. It's a double kill for Soka. It's turned on its head. Howie about my AC and Wally taking the tower perfectly. Top flash, not in time. It's going to go for a triple for Soka. Looking for the Quadra. It's stolen. If you can call it a steal by Willie.
I'm not entirely sure how to react to what I just watched, but honestly, Misfits did a really good job of picking off the AD carry in that situation. However, Siren, as soon as he came in from the Stand United, straight up just left his AD carry to die. He went completely opposite from him. So at that point, was the Stand United even worth it? Like, you blow a huge cooldown, and your AD carry gets shut down. There's Herald up on the map. One-handed gaming just gonna look to zone whoever he can, but they're not even gonna really contest.
Scatter on the wall. They can't follow it up because they're continuing to do a little better with those buffers on the hook shots to get onto the wall. But no objectives right now. These points in time have always been benefiting Caster Curse throughout this like series in its entirety. This game especially, though, they've been in the neutral game. The Xayah's been farming really well. Syndra's been very comfortable in this matchup. Vigo's trying to come back, and they've lane swapped to put Syndra into the Camille as of right now, and given her a Rakan. Never mind. Okay, they're just kind of aimlessly wandering around, setting up these lane assignments.
I think Rakan was just making sure that Syndra could walk into the lane, or walk into the lane unscathed. We are going to see one-handed gaming kind of just sit in this bush, but Misfits is kind of there waiting for something to happen, potentially onto Lolcats. And speaking of things happening, looks like Siren may be caught out.
Oh, definitely caught out. The winner's bite. Locked down for a couple seconds. They've turned this on How I Met My ADC. This is a very tanky Sejuani. The TP coming in. Here comes Camille Siren. Burst's gonna fall in just a couple seconds. They're gonna find this kill. Looking for the next trade as Syndra's gonna show back up. Lolcats barely making it out of that somehow. CLT in the wings, looking for a scatter. Can't quite get in range. Too scared of Wally. Great entrance forces Wally to get over the wall. Found that ADC on the wrong side with that assault. They're finding the scatter of the weak. Glacial Fissure locking down just one. Rakan in the backline. Berg gonna pick up that kill. Eyes set on Wally. They're gonna find the knockup Mojo. Looking for the Grand Entrance flashed away, but still not able to get far enough. From the Rakan, the rest of the team not able to follow up on that beautiful Grand Entrance. 50 seconds before this
Honestly,
dragon.
that was a really nice Grand Entrance from Rakan. I do appreciate the fact that Wallyford flashed away. Unfortunately, he did get caught by it, but it was like, it was in such a way that the rest of the team of CT could not follow it up.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
I don't know how I feel about Xayah being the one to drive the Rift Herald, but I guess Bird can keep his driver's license.
Yeah, Berg gets to keep the driver's license. You just have to earn it. Every so often, you got to take the driver's test, like we definitely should do. So you got to redo your driver's test every couple of years instead of, you know, giving it, and then you have the same driver's test from 20 years ago or 30 years ago.
Yeah.
That's a different rant, though. This is also something else in its entirety. Mojo Jojo trying to deliver Siren to the backline. And now they've realized, hey, we don't have CLT. We've got a long time before we're going to get help from our Syndra, and that means one-handed game is going to get engaged on. Hextech ultimate, lock down the con, trying to run around and cause chaos. Gets the charm, Wally, picking up that kill. Damage done, CLT in the area. Has already popped the scatter. Ball breaker in the backline, Skizzy low. Wildcats autoing. It's red-white. It's the time to fight. They knock CLT into the wrong side of this history, though. As Bird continuing on. Featherstorm going to pick up one. Good for two. Backline, though, just crumbling into the face of CLT and Siren. They're winning alongside the rest of their team. Bird just single-handedly won this game. Soka kept them alive with that kill, but it's an ace here for the side of CC.
Unlucky. Bird makes a really great play and has his Quadra stolen from him by Siren. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but the play still went really well. I just would have liked to see Bird have that Quadra kill under his belt for this series. We're going to see Soul Point being taken here. Siren's still very tanky, so the Dragon's not going to do anything to him, despite Cloud Drake being one of the weirdest dragons in the game. In terms of the damage it can do, Mojo Jojo going to Vault Breaker over the wall and secure it 100%, even though they have no way of getting into the pit.
This is a great soul for the Xayah. For the Zaya,
Yes, it is.
for the Shen, for the Syndra. This is a great soul. It's not direct damage like you're mentioning. It's a weird access into damage. But it is damage. It is comfort. Bird going to be able to move around faster than full speed in Featherstorm. CLT able to pop that, unleash power, and actually reposition. Rakan popping quickness and not having to suffer that decaying movement speed bonus. That kind of makes the ults feel a little clunky at times. So the entirety of CC very happy to stack these dragons, and it gives them comfort. They now get to pick the plays. They can look towards Baron. We saw...
Speaking of a bird that just moved very fast there for a moment, Rakan just broke the hell out of Wally Fred's ankles as well as Skizzy's. That is one fast for Rakan, and Rakan is seeming to love this game currently.
Oh yeah. Not a lot of follow-up onto some of these engages, but some very good engages from One-Handed Gaming throughout this game. Big kind of comeback from what was a difficult performance from game 2 now as Mojo Jojo. We're going to get engaged on Glacial Fissure. Lots of damage come from Volcast, trying to prove how many years of element they've gotten, but it might not be enough to win with the help of the Zaya. Rakan Bird still auto-attacking CLT, running this fight. It's a collapse from the side of Misfits. Soka gonna go golden, but you're marked. You're dead, my friend. Maybe needs to buy some time and a free kill, but 4 for 1 of the play eyes set on the Baron here for CC.
I definitely agree with this Baron call. 4 dead. Only one up alive is Skizzy. Skizzy did not have any way to help his team, and the fact that he just kind of let Soka die without even remotely popping an E. He had E up towards the later parts of that fight, so he could have prevented Soka from dying. Yes, Soka did not have flash, but at the same time, your E can block a lot of the damage that they can output immediately. So Soka may have had a chance to run away while Skizzy sacrificed himself for the Vigar, who, despite every other lane losing, is 8-4 currently. Also, one hand found this button known as the delete button, and it got pressed on him. Mr. Sir Reginald in the chat.
Soka just deleted. Soka just deleted One-Handed Gaming. Just a pair of shoes there, and I don't even think Rakan wears shoes. So, just there's nothing left of the poor Rakan in that fight.
I don't even think Rakan can wear shoes with only 2 talons as feet.
Oh, true. Yeah, he's got the funky feet, huh?
Yeah, because he's a bird.
I know he thinks about like there's the voice line with like Jin where he's like, oh, I need shoes. I guess that is where like the response on, you know, oh yeah, you don't have shoes, you don't have feet, you can't wear shoes.
Yes. Right now across the map, we're seeing a bunch of turrets going down, and it looks like more may follow. Baby Cage used top lane to try and keep Siren away from that other turret, but now ADC in a very precarious situation.
It's just Misfits kind of waiting for this game to end. Unfortunately, we've cursed a couple times throughout this successfully, but I'm looking at a 1 and 2 item, no attack speed. Aphelios, yeah, I see Zerker Greaves, that doesn't count. And I see the only Heartsteel on Sejuani, and it's just kind of tough. But when you find poke like that on the CLT, you're seeing avenues, you're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel here for Misfits.
Honestly, I think this game, unless Veigar is able to absolutely just pop off in a fight, is pretty much over, because Bird has the ability to just smack them all with his wall at this point in time.
Damn, Grand Entrance. Oh, the Scatter the Weak combo missed, and there goes Moon.
And
like Vigil as well. Alright, we blew our loads. Walk away, guys. Nothing happens. A little premature. It's okay.
I mean, all of the load of Mojo of CC is still there. Only load blown from the side of Misfits was the Vigil.
They keep trying to engage with this tower. Just chill, man. Just spread back out. They're defending this tower. It's okay. Look mid, look bot. Just spread this map out.
You have the stand united on a Shen for a reason. Use it. Oh. Speaking of things that may happen, Veigar.
Yeah, dude, you're like...
Veigar may be caught in the middle of no man's land, and the taunt misses.
He's out, right? He's
Flash.
out, totally. Quickness burn. That's a very tanky. Bought a ton of time. Bull is going to land there, and they lock down Siren just for a couple seconds. Wally spots CLT and Mojo. Going to get locked down. Glacial Fissure knocking up Bird, but not quite the kill. CLT just controlled and deleted Wally. A little bit of Vygar impression onto that still. 4 versus 5. And not a bad situation, all things considered, from Misfits. They definitely should have lost more in that map positioning on that weird play. But,
Yes.
Soul.
However, we are probably going to see Soul secured here. Veigar in a very awkward position. He doesn't have flash anymore. Mojo's gonna go
There it
in.
is. Sees the assist on a wall, can't see the flash away from the wall. Still Moonlight Vigil taking up, and they cannot get that cooldown. They cannot get their way into this pit, man.
What is how I met my ADC doing?
50-50, you got this? No,
got it.
man. You
He
can't be
somehow
losing
got
those
it.
fights. Or a loss for Mojo Jojo. I don't care if they win that game, you lost.
He somehow got that.
Don't be so joining.
Oh, okay. I guess Mojo Jojo lost his smite key. That's all I'm gonna say. Or actually, you know what? No, let me rephrase that. He blabbered
You
it.
got it. Oh, yeah. It's a hard
But
smite.
at this
chill.
point in time, with quickness being hot,
They're looking to dive, but this is definitely an overextension. Burgundy caught down, does have that Feather Storm. Pull back on the Feathers, just coming up in a couple seconds. CLT very tanky, and not quite enough to get out of this situation. One-handed Gaming wanted to help. Siren did as well. Just trying to walk this through. On out of here, as Bull is going to land on the Siren. This is more just kind of an overextension from CC, turning into more. Glacial Fissure blowing a little bit at a weird time, but it's A-okay.
honestly, for most of this game, it literally just looks like CC is just smacking the hell out of Misfits with their wallet. I don't even think it's like a hands gap at this point. It's literally just a wallet gap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 9K ahead. It's all on the right carries. 4 items at 27 minutes for
Yes.
Xayah. We didn't even see 3 items on the 80 carries at 30 last game. So it's a very dangerous situation to try and dive a Xayah right now. You know, you're looking at Wally, you're looking at How I Met My ADC, and you're looking at Skizzy as these people trying to shut down the Xayah, and you're starting to talk about, like, hey, do I Braum shield the Featherstorm? Not the way out, the way back. Do I try and, you know, lock down this Blade Color with my shield? Try and help you guys? Do we try and readjust our game plan? Do we settle back into, like, Camille split push? There's a lot of different things that we can try and do, but outright just matching bar for bar at these team fights is not working.
Yes, very much so. And unfortunately, even if they tried to settle into the Camille split push at this point in time, Camille is so far, like, removed from this game that I don't even think she can kill Shen or do anything to him. So even if she tries to split push, there's
won't work.
not a whole lot you can do. Speaking of Shen
gotta
and
do
Camille,
Gotta do something in these games to try and come back. Wally's got something to trade back, but Siren's always going to get the better of these instant trades. It's mostly just going to be about the sustain on waves and trying to get gold. You're not really split pushing to win the game, you're split pushing to get gold to then try and win. That was a little bit of premature unleashed power there from CLT. How I Met My Mother, happy to eat these. My bad. How I Met My ADC, happy to eat that damage, but I don't know, man. 9-1.
I think that
waiting.
Unleashed Power was mainly used to get poked down, to get priority for this Baron, getting into the jungle to play some vision. Unlike every other game that we've seen in this series so far, no one is above 100 vision score on either team, which has happened before 30 minutes every single time.
Yeah.
So
It's,
they're trying their hardest now just to get some vision down and gain control. Unfortunately, some of these wards are being placed in very advantageous spots to where it's not gonna do you very good at all.
Wally. Trying to win this
Only
fight.
Siren.
Siren now starting to realize this duo's got hands, man. She's starting to stack up. These 2 items do hurt. Siren, though, just popped. The Protoplasm is going to get popped. Power met my ADC target. Cease and desist. Trying to get away. Flash burn. Can the Sejuani tank it? They got the TV coming from the Vygar. Cannot get away. Bird is legendary. Soka. Gonna miss the baby cage. Still continuing on to this fight, but it's a Vygar trying to engage. What can you do?
Yeah, if the baby cage doesn't hit, there's not very much you can do. Looks like Shen walking up to the Baron now. Camille's just gonna split push, try and get something with the shutdown bonus that they have on the objectives. Thank God there was no one there to steal that Baron, Mojo Jojo. You would have hella blabbered that shit.
Hey, that's why they got the Sejuani. That's why they flashed for her, man. Yeah, don't worry about the Vygar damage. He's starting to come online. He's got a decap and Zanya. He's really scary. Goodbye! My God.
Nope. Survive.
Closer than it had to be, though. No flash for Soka. It's a big cooldown they want to try and abuse right now.
I think Siren's gonna look to try to zone them completely away from the base.
Baby cage. Yeah.
If he really wanted to, he could have used that blast cone over the wall and continued to zone.
Oh yeah, one-handed gaming did pop that heal. WWE
Yes,
heal.
he did. He popped the heal. He popped Shirelius to get away.
Just the panic, burn everything. Just get out of here. I don't want to deal with this Vygar anymore.
Yup,
I
exactly.
love it. Soul should get it this time, right?
Hopefully.
Hey, there we go.
How am my ADC not able to just walk in behind everyone and get the dragon? Even though that,
for sure.
in all honesty, I was still wondering why he was there last fight, but at the same time, it was kind of funny.
Nah, it was worth the clip.
What are you doing here? Hook shutting in Wally Bird.
07 to my Camille's, trying to find the engage. Bully gonna stun it. Wally now realizing maybe I went a little too deep. Glacier Fisher locking down 2, but Mojo Jojo on a rampage, hunting for blood. One-handed gaming did realize the Vygar still does have hands, regardless of the fight they've won so far. They want this tower. They want the space to start sieging into this Nexus. They've cracked it. They're gonna get the taunt there. One-handed gaming gonna start to reset. Bird stepping forward, flashes on top. Blade Caller goes legendary, continuing for more. Grand Entrance gonna miss Soka. They're able to flash away this time. Soka gets the revenge. They're gonna go golden here, but that's all but guaranteed that you're going to die here. Taunt into this, and there's nowhere for you to go. Misfits crumble into the face of CC's dive, and they're gonna go up 2-1 into match point.
Honestly, really great performance from the AD carry Bird. If I had to choose a match or a game MVP, Bird would be the choice in this game. At the same time, you could argue One-Handed Gaming deserves a lot of that credit as well, purely based on the fact of how he was able to get Bird ahead and keep him safe.
Yeah, it was a very good recon game. Couple little bit of hiccups towards the end, but you kind of earn those. When you play really well in support, you earn a couple little bad plays, you know, little fuck ups, little bad situations that you create for yourself. So good job here to CC. They're up 2-1. They got a little bit more going on here into game 4. I did not like. I need to see Misfits kind of come up with a coherent comp, because you mentioned, like, yeah, they want the Gallia, they want something here in mid lane. The Vygar look good, so it's not like I can't question the pick too much. And I have to kind of look towards the affiliates
with their composition.
Yeah,
and also, no matter how well you perform, if you don't have the coherency,
the pick is bad, 100%. But I have to, like, at the lack of a follow up on the Hextech ultimatums or the Glacial Fissures, I think is more due to player decision making rather than pick itself. I think the pick would have helped a lot, but I don't know, man. I think just the way they were playing that game, you could put, like, the pitch perfect champions and make them all really good at those champions, and I think they just still make the wrong decisions like they did throughout this game. I think the Camille still would have gotten caught, still would have just went for that stupid dive level 1 into an Ignite Shen. That's like the number one thing they teach you in top lane school. If the enemy top laner has Ignite, don't tower dive. Just don't mess with it. It's not your problem. You abuse your TP, you try and get up farm. Looking in the jungle, the Sejuani, kind of just a victim. You can't do a whole lot when your bot laner's that far behind. And in the bot lane, you have to expect pressure. You have to try and fight back through farm. You have to fight back through there. Not fighting. You're not going to go toe for toe against Zyra Khan. That's not your job.
Definitely not. Now, going into game four, seeing as we're in a fearless draft, we have to wonder how pinched are these players' pools getting? Do they end up shifting into something they're less comfortable on? Because obviously, you can tell game three that Bird, obviously being named Bird, is very comfortable on that side.
Yeah.
Um,
Indeed.
Off of that, you have to then wonder if they're going onto something less comfortable, do they pick up something that could just easily sustain, like, say, for example, a Zig spot lane, or even do something weird for the jungle
Been I haven't seen
and
a
just
whole lot of champion performance issues from Bird. Maybe you have a better insight into their champion pool. But yes, I do think the person with the Zaya profile picture named Bird is going to be very good at Zaya. So I also, if that's the case, why don't we have a better answer into that as Misfits? What are we doing to not have an answer into that? Moving on though. Everyone making fun of the Ignite top lane thing. Dude, I swear. Every time everyone just falls for Ignite top lane. Anyway though, into this
they really
game.
do.
Ezreal's
They
still up.
really do.
Jin's sleeper right now. Lulu's off the table, so like your Zeri Lulu or Yanara Lulu's gone. I think the big prio though is going to be Lucian Milio. I think that's been kind of sitting on the wings. Someone's got to be good at Lucian of these 280 carries, and I feel like if Bird plays like they did on the Zaya as Lucian Milio with Skizzy, and you tell Skizzy, hey man, don't go on random warden quests. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna take you out back and put you down. This is a very scary bot lane to deal with. But if they, I don't know if they have a Lucian in the tank, but if they do, very good Lucian angle right now.
Very much so. And I do agree, Skizzy does need to stop going on the random warden quest by himself, or if he does go on a warden quest, take someone with you. Be like,
Yeah.
hey, I need help here. Can you walk with me? If not, it's just going to be one hell of a sad time for Skizzy and
Mr.
for
Jungler.
one-handed gaming
Hey, Mr. Jungler,
if
can
they
you
choose to do that.
do your job and walk with me into everything and make sure that we don't like kill? Make sure you don't
Die?
let me kill myself. Yeah. I don't know. It's fine.
However,
it's
if
whatever.
they do walk in with each other and they die, at least they walked in with each other. But at that point, it's just a
Exactly.
vision gap.
Well, then you're also like, you could talk about, hey, could we have, rotate our 80 carry off the priority from mid or whatever lane we're playing from, and then turn this into an actual 3v3 skirmish. When people talk about like you have skirmish comps, you have a 3v3 comp, those are those groupings that they talk about, like jungle bot or mid jungle top or mid jungle support. Like those are your big groupings that you talk about with skirmish comps. We've seen a couple of those drafted in this game, especially game 1 and 2. So these teams seem to have that tendency in terms of the champions they like to play. If they could beat up and do that, the first team that seems to be able to understand that kind of style of skirmishing, I think runs Herald for the entirety of the playoffs.
Very much so. And just because I saw this in the chat, that'll be $350. You're not Nice, my friend. Don't try to beat him.
We are all qualified top laners, though. Make sure to dive top with Ignite, ping Ignite, say, damn, they took Ignite. We're winning. We've done it. We're
It's even
all
funnier when
super
Ignite
good at top
doesn't even
lane.
get used.
Yeah. Ignite ready. Oh my god, that would send me through the moon. If I'm support, I hear enemy ally has been slain, first blood, and then I look top, they haven't used Ignite. That's like the number one way to tilt me from bot lane is just seeing that. How do you lose to that?
Yeah. Yeah.
We
At
got
that
a
point,
couple
you
seconds
start
for this game.
questioning your life. Speaking of which, draft has started. We see the Anivia ban. Just like every other game, they do not want CLT to have on his Anivia.
No, there's a lot of big answers into it as or champions that the Anivia answers into, namely like the Cassiopeia and the Rise, who've been kind of on this outside looking in for the longest time. Now properly sitting in the professional meta. We're a little bit different than professional down here. So there's a lot of leeway to kind of go around in terms of that meta. But I'm seeing a way ban there as well. I can't remember if that's consistent, but that usually means you're going for a little bit more of an immobile style of mid laner. You're probably looking at
Yes, the
maybe your Azirs,
he
you're looking
has
at
been banned every game
Rises.
so far this game.
Okay.
This
Damn, CLT's just getting
um
target banned too. That sucks.
yes, they just 3 ban him first phase every time. But speaking of the
shame.
professional meta, 180 carry that I think would be funny as hell to see being picked in this elo would be Jace.
Dude, that Jace
I think that would be
game
funny
from
as hell
Zerker
to
was
see in the bottom lane.
phenomenal.
I think that would be funny in this elo. Just seeing
Mhm.
that picked up and just slammed, like, damn.
Honestly, if they do it, power to them. They deserve the win. They're able to get that done. But for now, a lot of ground to cover. Ashe
Oof.
without the Seraphine nowadays isn't bad, but then I start to question, did you want to pick Jhin? Did you want to pick Ezreal? Do you want to like pick some of
Right?
these other more supportive champions that offer more outside of the Seraphine? Yes,
Ultimate-
Ashe is definitely good without it, but you always preferred to have just the Seraphine in terms of this combo. It's similar to the old Lucian Nami, where like Nami could go with anybody else, but Lucian not really. And now you're kind
And
of
it
seeing this
looks
with
like
Ashe.
Castle Face is already setting up. We're gonna run you down type of comp.
Yeah, I mess
Mundo
with it.
Sivir.
I love it.
Ooh.
Now is it now what kind of like rundown are you gonna go with? You just lock in the Yumi, lock in the like a Renata or Senna or something really easy to run them down with, or do you kind of see this Skarner and see probably something a little more on the engaged side to deal with this Mundo Flex right now, and maybe just pick something easy like an Alistar that can kind of morph with anything. Ban Silas, of course. Take with Emilio. I don't know. Emilio maybe.
So I'm gonna be
Misfits are in
honest.
a corner.
I'm gonna be honest with a rundown type of comp. Even though yes, it's kind of weak right now. In all honesty, I like seeing Pike in terms of these, just purely because Pike is so useful in a lot of situations early game. Yes, he
Yeah.
does fall off in the late game, but like by
a
that
truck.
point in time, you're either so far ahead or you're just screwed.
I'd like to see the Milio with the Milio here. W Pens, thank you so much. Ari, yeah. Ari Skarner's not the greatest. Leona's kind of that backup option to Ashe where you have this innate advantage in that your ultimate cooldown is shorter than Ashe ult at rank 1 specifically. Rank 1 versus rank 1 ultimates. Leona ult's going to be up more often. You can use that to pop Ashe Flash and then Ashe Cleanse and then finally Ashe Kill. And you have to try and abuse that timer there. And if you're not able to do that, well, Ashe isn't going to free scale, but that's kind of like your big job in lane right now.
Yes, honestly, with the composition that Caster Curse is building right now, and this is me being serious now, I think they need a form of disengage in their support. They don't need an engage. They need some
They got a Leona.
disengage. Purely because you got the Leona for Caster Curse, you got the Sivir, you got the Dr. Mondo. Whatever is going to be picked here is probably going to look to run you down. It's the silence. Yep.
Really
It's going to run you down. So a Nami here would be very beneficial because you got the tidal wave that can easily dissuade any engage that they can look for. Especially if the Mundo doesn't even have his passive available.
You have to also think about the ultimates that you're going to be giving over towards Silas.
And we're picking Thresh.
I think a big issue with the Nami or like another champion that's really good into counter engages is Renata. Is you just don't want to give Silas a good ultimate. Now you're having to think about Silas ultimate entirely. You're already giving him Spirit Rush. You don't want to give him something better than Spirit Rush and Arrow. So I think
You
Thresh is
also
like a
have
good
the
stopgap.
ultimate.
What's up?
You also have the Skarner ultimate. Honestly, Skarner ultimate is a little bit more useful in fights than what the hell are we doing?
Nasus jungle?
No, they have the Skarner.
They have the Skarner. Fuck.
Skarner can't really play top currently.
No, not anymore. My boy.
What are we doing?
Silas is really good here from Caster Curse. They've kind of locked Misfits into a corner where they have like a pick comp with the Ashe. And it's a great ult pull with the Nasus finish up. Nasus Fury the Sands, I think is what it's called, is a really, really good ultimate. Yone Disrespect, I love it. You're up a game as Caster Curse here. You wanted to run down Misfits as quickly as possible. Yone is kind of what you got here in the top lane pool to run that as well. So it's going to be what the Mundo jungle, Yone top, Silas mid, or Silas swap. It just doesn't matter. It's going to be Silas, Yone, your solo laners here. You got Leona to meet up with them. If Sivir just doesn't die in lane here for Caster Curse, it's a free game. Misfits have a lot of work to do, a lot of ground to recover, not in just the series, but in terms of their play. This is a much, much different Misfits than we saw in game one. This is a Misfits that seem to struggle to find the pick angles, to find the right macro decisions as well, and to be fast enough on picking up on those plays. And really, it's just so hard to kind of come back and look at this comp for Misfits, and I'm like, yeah, you're gonna be able to weather this dive. I don't think so, man. I don't know what pick you can play here as support or top lane to try and recover this draft.
Also, to give an update into the chat, it is going to be Yone top, Silas jungle, or Silas jungle, Silas mid.
Oh my god. I was like, oh my god, are we Mundo midding into Ari? That would have been
I
hype.
misspoke there. My fault. I misspoke.
That would have been so hype.
It would have been kind of funny because Mundo just doesn't die at that point in time because Ari doesn't do a whole lot of damage until she gets level 6.
No, and then Mundo is safe. So
And then Mundo just says, screw you, I hit R.
I hit R. I'm in danger. Pops R. Runs away. You want the
Not
Silas to match the
anymore.
Ari, though. That's the point.
I'm in danger. Not anymore.
I'm in danger. I need to regen all my HP real quickly. Let me do that.
Yep.
I don't know. This Nasus feels so random.
That is definitely what happens. The Nasus and Thresh pick, honestly, are not the greatest picks in my mind.
I don't mind the Thresh. I don't know what you can do here as support. All the good peel supports are gone. You don't want to give Nami wave over. You can't really play Yumi with this. Zillion would be also a bad ultimate to give over. Sona, don't play Sona. Maokai, bad ultimate, a really good ultimate to give over. Janna, same thing in the ultimates. Brand, same thing in the ultimates. Bard.
I mean, Janna ultimate is not theoretically not that great for this in this type of a rundown team comp.
It stops your own dive as well, and it's just a big heal. You can just pop it quickly to heal.
It will, yes, but yeah, I mean,
because Silas will
it's
run into
just
points in time in those mid games where he's like 2-3 seconds waiting on cooldowns, and that's where you can pop a Janna ultimate, and just heal back up and run it in. That's like a dream situation to make use of Janna ultimate, but even then, Janna's just not great into the Mundo. You only get to knock people away once, so.
Very much so.
You can
Honestly, I think a lot of this game, though, is going to be kind of boring in the sense that we're not going to get a whole lot of action until after level 6.
Yeah, we're gonna be waiting a bit. Unless the Yone and Silas just run it. Silas does have an unfortunate case of no sustain. No sustain in the matchup against Ari. So, like, yeah, it's going to be chilling, but we're only chilling in mid lane to level 3. And that's when Silas is just going to kind of flip the game. And if it works, Caster Curse wins, CLT is going to be super far ahead. And if it doesn't work, Misfits have like some breathing room and have a lane that they can really abuse.
Honestly, yeah. It's just a lot of
questions.
A lot of different angles and different questions that you could potentially look at for how this game goes. Honestly, I don't even really see a key matchup for them because unless Yone gets ahead, level 6 is just Nasus. You're not really going to do too much. The Wither is going to probably be a lot more effective than you want it to be, especially if he puts a couple points into that early. Just to say, hey, I don't want you getting anywhere near me. Silas gets bullied early because range first melee. And Ash Thresh for Sivir Leona, it's just kind of a sleep.
Yeah. It's a bit of a sleeper matchup. Leona has some fun stuff they can do. It'll be big, kind of eyes on the Thresh to not just randomly walk away. That's something a lot of people do mess up against Leona. Is she can very quickly call you out on bad plays, and we saw how good one-handed was at those points in time where someone just misstep for a second against the Rakan and quickly in the lane there's a grand entrance on your face, you have to flash or you're getting hit. And Leona
Yes.
lends herself super well to that kind of play style, and if they continue to make these mistakes, yeah, there's a way to flay the Leona out, but then if she's say doing that around your tower like the Rakan was, then you just stop her from diving your tower. So it's kind of a win-win situation there. That's a dream scenario. It doesn't happen very often. Really, the big thing though is just that ultimate. Ashe has to run cleanse this game, so you don't have a barrier into the Mundo Yone style Sivir game. Thresh really should be running exhaust this game, because if you're not running exhaust this game, your Ashe is just going to get ran through, and you already are going to be buying Knight's Vow and Thresh, so you just want a little bit of extra defense, and it's going to help you win the lane too. People do undervalue just how much exhaust helps in lane. It's what, 30% damage reduction for 4 seconds, 5 seconds on top of the slow. It's pretty much a free fight win, especially with an Ashe.
Yes. Honestly, I think not the only way. I think the best way that they're going to be able to play this game from the side of Misfits is looking for picks. They need to look for those early picks. They need to be able to do much of bit priority, and they can easily run away with the game if they just do it correctly. If not, at that point,
A summoner has
you're
reconnected.
just looking at a hands gap, and it's just like, what are you doing? Oh, and we have another pause. Top lane is
Always.
relogging once again.
Why has this been happening constantly? Is this like the weird bug that they had where they told you in client, hey, just restart your computer in between League of Legends games. Restart your client. Because we don't fully close. Maybe they're having that bug. Not quite sure. But we're chilling.
Potentially. I mean, either way, it did not take Siren very long to relog, and we're going to get back into game here momentarily as soon as the spectator pause thing stops and behaves itself. There it goes. Oh, and we saw C9. C9 just got their asses kicked today 0-2 by Team Liquid Alienware. Unfortunate for whoever flashed that C9 logo.
WTL.
Welcome to
We love
Summoner's
TL.
Rift.
We love hypocrites. That's a deep cut. Anyway, into the game. Nothing
Minions
going on
have
really.
spawned.
No early warding shenanigans. No big bush kind of control. One-handed gaming doesn't quite have the advantage. Usually you're able to have that with the Leona, but Ashe kind of just makes every level 1 not winnable. And it's miserable to play against. So see what Lolcats can do to establish this poke. There's been some rumors and speakings of the bird over Lolcats here, so they've got a lot of work to kind of prove that this is a proper matchup that they can compete in. Skizzy, I don't know what you're doing controlling that bush, man. You got the ward in there already. It's fine.
CLT just looked to try and make a big trade, but it turns out completely opposite from how he wanted it to go.
This is the HP problem in this lane. You can keep your mana high as CLT, you can pop these pots and try and do what you can, but all you really gotta do is just not get caught like under a third HP. If you're at half at this like level 3 trade where you've got Kingslayer, you've got Chain Lash, so you can just really burst the Ahri, you'll be fine. But hey, we talked about it last game, the Ignite advantage here for Soka this time has that Ignite over CLT, so you guys just
Yes, and Siren still also has that Ignite still from the last game, so that's definitely going to be an advantage over from Wallyford. It's going to play very heavily in his favor. Electric did just get proc, so it's not going to look potentially for a charm yet.
Charm quite yet. I'm just playing comfortable. CLT is sees that cooldown though. That's the big one. You hit 3, you can try and abuse it. You've got about 6 or 6 to 8 seconds. So I'm not saying the other one until that comes back up, or you really want to abuse that. So you're just gonna wait for that charm to get blown again on a minion, and you'll see that trade mid.
Very likely. Both junglers are pathing topside, so they want to put priority towards the Nasus, towards the Yone, which is, in my opinion, actually very good, because you want that Yone to get ahead. Otherwise, it's just kind of iffy. CLT taking a lot of damage with the electrocute proc.
Up levels. Interesting. Just happened for a minion, though. Just up a minion on the XP at that exact moment, and Birdell's a little down.
Mojo Jojo smited the scuttle away.
Ah.
He skipped his drugs for that.
That's good. That's a good redirect there. CLT saw that charm go wide, but Soka's been positioning around these minions really well. CLT now Ignite coming on down. Has to get away from this next auto. And no, one more tick needed, one more auto needed from Soka. Not quite able to get that first blood, but it's close.
Also, because I just saw this in chat, I think if you could cleanse Yone ultimate, that'd be a little broken.
Stun from it?
Yeah, anything from it, to be honest.
It's secondary stun. Because I think it's classed as a stun, so I wish it was, but I don't know. It's such a
if you had the ability to cleanse Yone ultimate, it'd just be broken altogether. It wouldn't matter whether it's classified as. To me, because that's an ability that does a lot of damage.
It says stun on your head after it, and that's the part they're talking about cleansing. And it's only like a quarter-second CC, right? It's not that big of a deal. Q3 is nothing. That knock-up, like if you get hit by that on, you shouldn't be there as an AD carry. But Getting wants this fight. So does Skizzy. Skizzy seems to always want to fight, though. So I don't know how much, how reliable that is. They're gonna spot out high my ADC.
Hell, we're flashing and we're not smite. They're getting the smite on the scuttle crap.
Didn't have smite. One-handed gaming. Got hooked, showed up, play back to the team, finds the stun on Skizzy. It's a two-pronged fight here from the side of CC. They're trying to go forward. Soka able to find the charm, though. Burr caught out, locked down. You can't cleanse that, buddy. It's a first blood picked up by How I Met My ADC.
That was a hella over ambitious play that did not work out. Mojo Jojo getting engaged on.
It's the next target. Oh my god, CC. What happened?
And that is now Minnesota Misfits coming away with some very, very good potential to just potentially just run away with the game now. Because they're almost 1,000 gold up.
They're 1,000 gold up in this moment.
Now they're 1,000 gold up.
They'll be 1,000 gold back on this stuff. The resets are going to come in. Styles is going to miss a couple minions. They're going to try and make this play on the bot side. They've got the dragon. Like, who cares about that? It's 1,000. Let's call it 1,000 gold. But I'm really, really worried about the Styles Ari matchup right now. Because Ari hit 6. There was no hijack available for that play bot side, and that's, as you mentioned, draft. That's where this game really opens up. And you were pretty right too. The teams stayed relatively muted regardless of the possibilities of matchups. And there's a lot of AD carries that have been very opinionated about the Sivir itemization, from what I've heard. Do you mind the Essence Reaver rush on Sivir, or are you still looking for like a Yuntals or something else?
Honestly, I think the terms of the core items that you build on Sivir just kind of depends on the game state and the game matchup itself. This game, I think Essence Reaver is fine. You can still shred pretty much everybody but the Nasus going get rushed. But at the same time, then third item, you need that armor penetration. You need to be able to shred him. Because once he pops his, I believe you said it was Shifting Sands, correct? That it just becomes infinitely harder. Holy damage.
Yeah, the Kingslayer cannot heal back HP when you're ignited. It's just so low. And the Lantern, they brought One-Handed Gaming here for a ride. Charming Land Soka, it's just a formality. One-Handed Gaming is super dead. How am I met my ADC, though, picking up another kill? Not ideal.
Honestly, One-Handed Gaming trying to look for vision, but he is there alone. That's exactly what we told them not to do.
Yeah.
And he's doing it anyway.
Just let's see casters.
He's off on his own little quest. He's off doing his own little thing. He thinks he's Mundo. He can just easily regen the health, and he can't.
Just can't.
Wither gonna come down onto Siren.
Some damage.
You're mine now.
A little damage even after Wither. Silty has not been having great luck with these chains to land on the Soka, and they're not dodging away from the orb either. So it's been stacking up more and more against them. And How I Met Mighty C is in a very luxurious position to be able to skip camps here and just hover mid. Holyford. No mana. No mana to fight, realizing that I can't be missing stacks. I pray we'll get a stack check at some point, but for now, just stacking on up. How that is he going to show up on the top lane? Shown. Siren sees it. Does have Fate Seal, does have Flash, but the Drift got on back. Wally going to eat that, so the Fate Seal can't clear a lot of distance. Ignite pop there, but it's onto the Skarner. And yeah, Soul Unbound means you're going to go right back there, flashing across. You're going to feel the sting. You're going to feel the sting of the death. Wally trying to get the plus 12. It barely able to get it down, but still enough.
Honestly, for as close as that was, I don't understand why he didn't just use his Q3 to get away. And I guess we have a disconnect again.
Yeah, it's okay.
But anyways, back to what I was saying. I'm surprised he didn't just use his Q3 to get away after the ultimate. He would have been fine. Instead, he used it to go back in and try to get a kill, in which he was severely punished for it.
Just overextending with no vision. It's the name of the game. You're against a Skarner. You have to kind of take these ganks into account. It's a hard thing to really consider. It's a hard thing to really think about, but you do just have to worry about that. Skarner just got spotted mid, moving top. That's the gank timer. I have to not get caught in front of enemy tower. I have to accommodate for this, or I just have to take a bad back to avoid a death like that. You're up farm. You've done the homework as Siren here, so you're in a good spot to die like that, but I don't know, man. You've only got a couple of those before it really, really works against you.
Honestly, I was trying hard not to make a comment about the fact that he went back in instead of trying to get the safety.
Oh yeah, that was stupid. That was entirely stupid.
At that point, it's just like they just made Siren and McDonald's workers and told him to get in the bag. Like, he just gave them something to eat. He just gave NASA something to eat, for that fact. Like, that is not the situation you want to be in.
It's a bad situation. Bad situation's turning worse. And I do, maybe Siren's expecting, like, yeah, Wither means I can't get out, but I don't know.
I mean, at that point, he still had Flash up, so he could have gotten out.
Exactly. And they flash across, too. They just flashed across the Skarner. Hey, your favorite jungler is famous, actually, for doing that, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Alrighty. Alright, guys, can we reconnect?
Seriously. We're not trying to sit here for, like, 30 minutes doing nothing.
No.
I know they said he's restarting, but, like, goddamn.
I have one of these on Friday where like a player DC'd, the jungler DC'd for like 15 minutes. They ran out of rulebook pause time, and they just had to play a 4v5 for like 10 minutes. It was rather unfortunate. So I hope that doesn't come to the case here. I don't know if you guys have any rules about what's it called? I don't know if you guys have any rules about pause timers, but it looks like Skizzy's on the way back.
That I think I just saw something about $10 in the chat and big client question mark. That $10 looking better than by the minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
$10 is $10. Maybe they're giving $10 to throw the game. Spies, are you able to hit like NASA's champ icon so we can see the stacks right now or no? 126. Thank you. Not bad. Actually quite good. Hubs $10 to throw this game. Thank you, hungry Ryan. Who's Nubs?
Oh,
Is that just like, or is that just you misspelling noobs to have fun? Yeah, 126 at this point is one-handed. Oh, their name is one-handed. Neat. Okay, so one-handed is known as Nubs, and they offer $10 for them to throw. I don't know, man. It looked about like what they've been doing for the last 3 games, so I don't even know if they needed the $10.
right?
Maybe a firm handshake.
I
He
mean,
literally has
okay.
one hand. Wait, that's kind of cool. So they play like on the mouse entirely?
did he play on a trackpad?
Yeah, he's playing like a trackball or something. That'd be crazy if their trackpad is key. It's his keyboard hand, I think. So they hit the keys with the nub. I gotta ask them later about those. That's kind of crazy. Now I get hold another thing on my friend's head of, yeah, there's a guy I know that has one hand who's a higher rank than you. What's your excuse?
Well,
Better late game. I mean, I'd wish to say the Nasus comp with the Ashe, but Nasus damage, I get a lot of hate when I say this, does kind of fall off. Eventually, like, you accept, yeah, he's gonna one-shot me if he's on top of me, but that doesn't change for a long time. A good charge from Soka to keep this fight going as long as possible. Siren gonna show up with the soul and bow, gonna come back in a couple seconds. They don't have Fate Unsealed either, and they don't have any ultimates. That's just kind of a show on up and try and find something. CLT continuing to get the disadvantage of this fight. A good charge. CLT gonna flash forward, tries to find the Kingslayer. And that's not your own minion wave, man. You can't get away from it. CLT gonna pop the box, trying to keep Skizzy in the wrong space. And unfortunately, not $10, but it's a kill for Mojo Jojo. No way that arrow lands too. That's so unfortunate, man.
I am
TLT's still
very
alive.
impressed how that play was made. Honestly, and so it gets the execute, which is good for them. But overall, I like how CLT was able to flash to the side. Yeah, it did kind of look a little awkward. But with him not hitting his abscond of ducks, it's kind of just a little awkward for him altogether. So
Yeah,
he's not
that's-
able to do as much as he wants to do on the champion right this second.
Yeah, has been struggling the entire lane phase to really land those. That's the big difference maker between like the styles is winning and losing. This matchup is always about that abscond abduct. You're able to abuse the extra damage that becomes possible because of the chains, and they do a lot of damage as well. TP coming on through. Hook's gonna go wide there from Skizzy. As Dragon started up. Precarious. No arrow, no box, no Spirit Rush. Spirit Rush will come in a couple seconds here from Soka. Pretty close. Siren's just gonna die here in the top lane.
Again.
This is a slow and painful death. Yeah, man. That's so great. Wallyford gonna get a solo kill at the top lane. One-handed gaming has to try and engage. Solo kill gonna go wide. Chains found and Scott is up there. Skarner, feel my sting, and it's felt entirely. Misfits cut down there. CC looking for more. Soka's got one more in the Spirit Rush. Able to find a charm there, and a bird pops. The cleanse a little late there. That 300 ping still coming true. Scott the duck still gonna miss, but just ran down by bird. 3 picked up here total on the play.
As unfortunate as that was for Siren, the rest of his team made a really good cross-map play for his death. Nasus, unfortunately, it'll pick up a turret plating, so that just means Nasus is going to be even further ahead in gold. But if your AD carry can pick it back up into the game and do what they did last game, taking that turret early enough to where they can rotate, that Nasus eventually will start doing nothing in the game. And it'll just be even longer for him to skip.
Stand strong.
The big kind of resurface from CLT2 on that fight. One-handed almost found a great ultimate. You see the vision, the slow landed anyway, so who cares? He did his job. But Siren, man, is just struggling. Siren's making this game so much harder than it really has to be, but hey, man, you kind of picked yourself into this miserable matchup. I'm not quite sure why you did that. And still digging themselves into a deeper hole.
Even more miserable for himself.
Yeah, it's gonna get over the wall. Yeah, by the way. This is just here. Arrow, man, on the way through.
Goes kill, going over to Soka.
Everybody gonna get a little piece of that action there.
Is it safe to say that at this point in time we can report Siren?
Oh yeah. On that invade, that's a reportable offense for sure. Nasus is gonna be free scaling still. Free scaling.
Literally, he has 12 seconds still left that he could get anything done.
And Mojo,
Mojo
has
Jojo.
to, they've got to stop any clear. They can't go for Crab right now just to try and clear this wave. And even then, Wally's gotten what they wanted. They're free farming. They've recovered the CS deficit right now. They're 240 stacks here at 13 minutes. This is a Nasus that has that dog in them. This is the very scary Nasus in your rank games that you have to worry about now. So all of a sudden, yeah, it's looking a little iffy towards this bot side of the map, positionally and execution-wise in these team fights. You've got a dog that can kind of just even up the playing field.
Yes, you do. However, if the Nasus is the only one to do anything in the late game, that will not matter because Nasus's one big weakness is his team. If your team automatically just starts randomly shitting the bed, you're not gonna do much if that bird over there on Sivir is fed or if CLT is somehow fed. Same thing for that Mundo. Nasus cannot shred a Mundo as easily as he would hope.
It's like a rock in a hard place, and Thresh also here. Mojo showing that they picked up the blue buff. Ooh, good rotation. Bird shows on up, has the ultimate, trying to get them there faster. Good Soulfire gonna lock down Skizzy. Hamama ADC, big sting, but they can't quite feel it. Arrow lands, but there's no follow-up yet. Seal Team wants it. 3-man on the sting, and the Impale looking for a little bit more, but Soka has to get a Spirit Rush pop sharp. Mundo into the tower. Mojo pops the ultimate to get away, but Soka smells blood and keeps looking. Still alive, just barely for a couple extra seconds. 2 for 2 in the play so far. Lolcat's so hungry, wants more. Volley's gonna land. Seal Team. Those abilities coming back up. They're going to look for the re-engage, but the season's going to go wide there. Burst, though, pops CLT on a killing spree. Taking on the Skarner. Lolcats, though, feel a little confident. I don't think you want that confident.
Honestly, I know we were making fun of CLT a little bit there for not hitting any abscond ducks during the lane phase. But since 10 minutes in that last team fight that they had down in towards the dragon, he's hit quite a few of them. And okay, we're gonna cancel the one-handed gaming's back here. That's actually really good for the side of for Misfits because that just means one-handed gaming's tempo is gonna be completely ruined.
A little bit of an anchor into the sails. Herald topside as well. They're going to be able to pick this up, so both topside objectives going on towards the Misfits, and Siren can't really do a whole lot to answer that. Mojo Jojo isn't even wise to it yet. They just want this fight so badly, and that's going to be a flash burned there from Skizzy. Can't quite find that return hook.
Honestly, I'm surprised Skizzy doesn't want to opt for the Hex Tech or Hex Flash this time, because Hex Flash would be very beneficial if he's going to continue to try and make plays.
Skizzy's hard to burst though. Celestial opposition not quite up. It's the sail to help them stay alive for longer. Mojo Jojo can't get on away. CLT a little too far on the dive. Now it's starting to turn on its head here. Misfits smell the blood again, and Lolcats pepper away Mojo Jojo here on the Mundo. Wallyford shows back up to the fight finally, and Siren got some damage, but not when you're charmed under the spell of Soka's Ari. Look at the kill though on forward. Has to flash to get the orb and picks up the kill. Lolcats, oh legendary.
That is one tanky Nasus already, and he's just hammering away at whatever objective is in front of him at this point in time. Teleport coming out from CLT though. And that's Dragon.
For Misfits, they want this game 5. They're only up to 2K. We haven't seen big gold leads other than last game throughout most of this series, and it's always been the team that's felt like they've had more options. Well, now all of a sudden, this Ashe who was contained, unleashed 4-0-4, only Hex Optics in the inventory. You're probably going to see a full item picked up here on this reset, or at least a lot. Like it's going to be a PD or something like that, or the Zeal for the components to pick it up. And you're going to start gliding on his ass. Not even just full
IE.
components for IE. It's full disrespect. I don't need a kite. I'm just going to kill you.
Literally. 18 minutes, no turrets has fallen yet. That's actually kind of impressive.
Use that play. This is the big fun Ari style plays you want to see, but as didn't turn anything.
Honestly, I think turret maybe full. A turret maybe will fall first break here momentarily. Just not sure if it's going to be in that top side or if it's going to be mid.
Have to get the bot, will be mid. They're gonna get a kill on the CLT here, but first trying to find this fight on to Lolcat, stun locked up for all of what is almost a century, and just Lolcat has got damage. Bird has realized that as well. Damage from Bird really comes through the bounces, and CLT is able to weather the storm in mid lane too. So neither play working, but it is in favor of Misfits in both cases.
Okay, I was wrong about where I was predicting. It's in the mid lane. I guess we're just chucking out spells at this point, trying to force something to happen. Not really sure how I feel about just chucking your spells out. I mean, yeah, I get trying to make things happen across the map, but at the same time, if you're just chucking your spells, you're not really thinking about the process of what goes into it. You're not thinking about the potential ramifications if you hit it and something goes awry.
Siren's dead again.
Yep.
Siren's not quite, but
Or not.
he's gonna have to reset. He's gonna have to reset here, so who really cares? Okay, you can live here for how long? Yeah, for how long, buddy? For how long? Yep, looks playable to me.
Not very long.
5 on the Yone, man. You're just, oh man, a sheer detriment to the CC roster right now in this game. And
I think Siren's just desperately trying to hear Silver Scrapes at this point in time.
yeah, the ego's paying off so well. You could play the Yone, man. It's looking so good. It's not like you gave the entire enemy team an avenue to win this game alongside everybody else on your team. Anyway, Bird is going to get caught out again here. Time on my ADC is just been playing the Skarner really well in terms of skipping the right cannops at the right times. Bird able to spell shield that. Arrow lands. They want the target. They're going to burn the cleanse because Soka gets spotted. And there goes one-handed gaming. The Leona stuck too far in, and Mojo Jojo says, wait, you need a battle buddy to die with you. Finally gonna fall here. CLT waiting for them to keep on going, but nothing quite there. Please don't fight this, guys.
Are we?
CC. Unless you want to end the game right now. Maybe they're just opting for let's go 5 already.
Probably. And there goes Root Herald getting popped. That's probably going to be bot turrets secured. I don't think there's much health left on it, but they are chasing down CLT. They're going to pop in with the Battle Herald. The Sting gets used.
Sting gets used on a CLT, but they're just going to flash over the wall. More just falling through the hands of CC at this moment. There's the Battle Herald part 2. But CLT's happy to Kingslayer with that. They've got one-handed gaming here. The stun overextended from Soka. Feel my sting. Couldn't quite save the Ahri, and you're not able to get through the wall either. How about my ADC has to flash and follow with the Zenith Blade. And Mojo Jojo with the fall of Flash. They're going to pick up this kill in a couple seconds here. Ash in the area, but elects to just run away. Oh no, this vibes. Yeah, the reason we've been talking about it in chat is because this was an R5 Yone and Nasus.
Yep.
He wanted this. He wanted the smoke. He's going to get it. All bits of it.
To potentially answer that question, I feel like they just want to make the game as fast as possible just to get the game 5 pence.
They've been they're finding good return fights though. They waited long enough and they caught Misfits overextending, so like that's good for sure. But I struggle to see them kind of come to a more honest situation. And I mentioned honestly, like, you know, you're at the objectives at the same time. You're at the Baron at the same time. You're warding. You're pushing mid lane. You're in a 1-3-1. Like, that's kind of the air quote honest League of Legends. Nothing's honest about this game, but those are like your textbook situations that you run into. And I look at a 4-0 Ari. I look at a 4-0 Ashe. I look at a 2-item Ari. I look at a Skarner that's finding 2 to 3 man stings every single time. I look at this Nasus that's probably got about 450 stack right now. If we can get a check on that at some point. And I just struggle to not favor them.
Honestly, I am in the same degree at this point in time. The only thing is, because of the fact we're playing with a Sivir, they do have that potential to scale back into the fight, or back into this game altogether. But they need to play their team fights correctly, and so far they just haven't done that.
I don't even know if they want to team fight. You know, I think they just have to. They have to find the picks. Like, and that sounds so weird. Like, what are you going to pick with? Well, it kind of just has to be Leona or a stolen Ash Arrow from CLT. But they have to get like aggressive and probably be looking for these kind of picks every minute. Every minute, there's got to be something. Looking with the Ashe to pick up with the hijack. Looking with Solar Flare on cooldown, just to try and get a flash. Try and get like forced Mikhail's by or something. But you need to be applying pressure as the behind team right now, so that way nothing is free. They're losing something. And damage like this is just not the trade.
I definitely agree with that statement. Looking at the map right now, we do see only a few wards placed down from the side of CC, while Misfits has a lot more vision control down.
Caught down, sting. Yeah, goodbye, buddy. Sorry. No comment. Oh, there's a comment. Mojo Dojo's gonna get hooked, stunned to the wall, box. Make sure you can't leave. Skizzy's clean with the thresh. We question it. I think it was a valid question, but they're just proving us wrong.
I also think this game is just very one-sided at this point. So, like, I don't even think the thresh is even gonna matter.
They've got quite a few good hooks.
Yeah.
The thresh doesn't matter because they got ahead, but the thresh is like pulling this game forward. They're willing the game into the next steps with those 2 hooks.
Yes. And they're not even gonna give CC the chance to be able to come back into the game. Skarner, CLT.
Not when you're landing arrows like that as well, cats. My good god. Another hook's gonna find Bird.
And another hook, Bird.
Lost the flash too, my good god. We're going to game 5, everybody. Game 5, Angle.
Yeah, at this point we're going to a game 5, and so far it's been a very fun series. The only way that they can do something is if Misfits at this point get overconfident and overcommit to something they shouldn't.
Chasing on this, it's gonna fall away again from the side of CC. One-handed gaming first to fall. We've got some extra charges here for Soka's Spirit Rush, but I don't know, maybe just chill.
Also, you are not crazy, but Sivir had already used the spell shield. So it was not up.
Not up to help. Fun. Anyway. It's time for All-Stars, Jaco. Oh no. I didn't watch the All-Star games, unfortunately. I think I missed out. Recovering. Excuse me. You're a little late. Recovering now for the side of CC. Mostly just pace at this moment. Oh no. Oh no, Siren. Goodbye, Siren. They're gonna flash over the wall. Oh man. I don't even want to see that anymore. Ugh. I guess they get the tower. Tower for Yone? I mean, objectively, you get more gold.
Honestly, I'm surprised that... Well, no, not really, because... Well, actually, yes, I am, because this game looks like a stomp, but the gold lead does not say that. But, so there is no objective bounty gold, which is very unfortunate.
That is
That's
off the back
CC.
of off the back of CLT farming and bird farming as well. They've just been farming pretty well
That's
for
true.
their positions. So they're in this game. They've got damage. 3-item Sivir is no joke. 2-item Silas has the burst on the squishies, but no access to Lolcats at all. You
Yes.
have to get through the Ahri first, and you can't really win that fight. You don't have a front line yourself because Mojo Jojo, as you mentioned, is diving. As dive as a Mundo can dive, the Mundo is running at them, and that's just not going to work at this moment. You're not ahead at all, and it's going to be a while before you're really in a comfortable spot to run through the enemy team again.
That's if they can even do it at all at this point.
I don't know. Just waiting.
I think in this game, CC put themselves too far on the back foot. Definitely, draft could have been better with the fact that they last picked a Yone into an
that's
Nasus
just-
when
It's just playing at this point. That sucks. Like the Yone sucks. I've been harping on it. And I'll keep harping on it all I can. Because good night, it's a plus 12.
Holy
Lolcat's gonna
Lord.
stop that. But at the same time, like everywhere else is also failing. Bot lane was not really able to get a whole lot done. The Mundo never really ganked. Yeah, Mundo can't gank, but it's also not power farming enough to outvalue this Skarner who's been ganking a ton. And the Silas has not been able to find those early game of Skana ducks like you mentioned. So it's just it's just cooked. Like everywhere else is also failing, just to not as trackable of a degree as this Yone.
honestly, this game is just so fun. It's like impossible to even like.
Oh, my mouse is dying. That's why it's getting spotted. What's this bright red light flashing at me and my computer dinging at me? It's my mouse dying. It's me playing.
Oh, this thing missed.
Close. HP bars, this is the best fight that you can really hope for if you're CC, and they
the
can't even close the distance change. They're able to get down on Skarner, and they're impaling Skizzy, lock down Soka, trying to find a fight. Good solar player is going to lock down the Ashe, but there's just no damage on the follow-up. Siren, one last Fate Seal to try and get the kill, and can't even get that done. Soka going to fall to break the KDA. It's a 1-8 on this Yone. It's a 2-2 finish on this game. Game 5. How's it going?
You pair the silver scrapes as we're going to game 5, and it's going to probably be a bloodbath if I had to assume.
Arm fast. You've earned it, Misfits. You have earned it after these last couple game performances. Now, this is the execution we were looking for. This was 100% the style of play that we needed from them. Oh, the inhib's gonna spawn in time.
The inhib's spawning.
GG's have already been called though. It'll be over. Not like Dota though, but it's okay. It's the execution coming on back here from the side of Misfits. They understood their comp perfectly. How I met my ADC, generational game on the Skarner in terms of the creativity, in terms of able to find these angles, and just being patient. That's a lot of things some junglers kind of lack, especially when you look across and you see a Mundo, you know that guy is going to be farming. But being comfortable just to sit and wait and farm out, God, you earned it. And Lolcat, same thing too. The second anyone types the was Bird better than Lolcats, they've just woken up. They're pissed when they saw that. I mess with it.
Yes, definitely do. So, game 5. Honestly, I want to see something that isn't just like a troll. Like, I feel like some of this draft was just troll, and then some of it was actually pretty good.
Ideas were there, but
Yes.
it's just like looking past top lane in isolation. It's just poor execution of the fundamentals of what they were supposed to do, specifically from CLT early. You do expect an earlier lead from Silas. You do expect the Mundo Silas to just run at you, but they weren't ahead. They didn't have an advantage. They didn't have the gold lead that they need to succeed. They didn't have the items. They weren't in the right positions, and on top of that, CC has just not been the best at playing their team comp. So even though they have this rundown team comp where their job is just to kind of in any sort of player combination run at you, they still weren't doing that. It felt like they were adjusted. They like calibrated to last game's team comp in this game, and it happened before that too with the stuff earlier. It's just hopefully they can get this solved for game 5, and hopefully we can see if they're ready to go to draft. Spies.
He is eating. I am trying to get his attention.
Damn. Welcome back. There he is.
There we go.
I'm tired.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of tired too, but at the same time, I'm also here for this.
I'm ready for it, man. I think I'm.
Sounds like we're on game 5.
Indeed, we're on game 5. It is 2-2 for both teams. I am going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back for the draft.
Yes. Don't worry, draft hasn't even started yet, so you are fine to take that bathroom break. Honestly, we're just gonna kind of sit here for a moment, take a moment, just catch our breaths, and enjoy ourselves. As game 5 looks to be pretty big. Give an update on this, everybody. Caster Curse is going to be on blue side for game number 3. Or game number 5, not 3. I do need to be right back myself, so I will take 1 second. Okay, I am back, everybody. For those of you that are just joining us, we are getting ready for game number 5. Caster Curse is going to be on blue side, and Misfits going to be on red. After the very unfortunate game on red side from the side of Caster Curse, I can understand why they'd want to swap over to blue side, potentially get some priority picks, get some favoritism back towards their side. Well, not really favoritism, but get some power back to their side, and potentially maybe even look to do some interesting drafts. Maybe try to get some different things look to be picked, like how Misfits picked up a Nasus top lane, which to be fair, not a lot of people in competitive would see Nasa's top lane. So who knows what would be able to be happening there? While we wait for these drafts to start. Now, keep in mind, everybody, this is a double elimination game. So even if Caster Curse or Misfits gets not gets eliminated, loses the game, they still have one more chance. They will have to fight through the bracket one more time. This time against, I believe it was Sack, if I am correct, for who won the game the other night. Let me double check. No, it was ITW actually. So ITW will have a chance against one of these teams to make it even further into the playoffs. That being said, there's a lot to do. There's a lot of different fights to be taking. There is definitely an interesting amount of press onto both of these teams in the losers brackets. I do think, though, that both of these teams can beat Words. Give the fact that they play on their A game. All right, we're getting a R from Misfits. Oh, draft has already started. I didn't even notice.
What's going on?
Okay, so we're seeing the same plans as last time. Diana being first pick up for Diana, for Caster Curse this time. Nocturne being the response for Misfits. I think Nocturne first pick into the Nocturne response is very interesting.
Nocturne's not a jungler that's surprisingly fallen pretty far in terms of everyone's priority. I get it. He's got a lot of more specific interactions that you're looking for, and it's a pick style. What have both of these teams, oh my god, what have both of these teams not really been that good at? Picks. And sitting in that style. Now,
why would you pick
TF
when you pick the Nocturne? What?
It's to do both. So you're gonna global ult someone. Level 6, someone is dying on the side of Caster Curse is the goal. And if that doesn't happen, genuinely, it's out. Shen pick win. Spies, you were here for that game. That was 2 games ago. They picked Shen. They picked Shen top.
Honestly, I'd be a little interested to see them flex a Twisted Fate potentially into the bot lane.
Sorry.
I think Twisted Fate in the bot lane would actually be kind of fun to watch.
I got a friend who loves Twisted Fate bot, and I hope he's not watching right now. Kind of runs it down on that
Oof.
champion constantly, and it just doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
Ooh, we got a
Just like-
Cassante picked up in the top lane. Cassante is super strong no matter what type of matchup you put him into.
Garen, Darius, and Gwen are all still available, and Nar.
Yeah. Honestly, though, even into the Gnar, it's not a bad matchup for the Cassante. It's a little awkward, but it's still not bad. Honestly, the worst matchup for Cassante is at Olaf, in my opinion, if it get they even play Olaf.
Mhm.
Hey, there's the bard I wanted when we picked Caitlyn.
How many games ago was that? 3?
3.
3 games ago.
That was game number 2.
That was game 2. Well, he's out now. Better late than never.
I will be judging super hard because lately I've been one tricking bard.
Ouch, Freelo. He's so good at that. They're gonna ban Jin Ezreal here from Castricers, Misfits. Diana's jungle. What are we banning Maokai for? Sorry,
It's a good question. Unless it's meant for Maokai support, maybe.
That's buns. That's like a bad draft whenever you end up with Maokai support, unless you're going like Maokai Panth jungle, not Panth support.
Man.
That's pretty good.
Honestly, Maokai used to be so much better than what he is currently.
Yeah,
And
jungle.
It's kind of sad that they nerfed him into the ground because I love Maokai as a champion.
He was just too strong in jungle because the ultimate would just make it super easy for you to do any sort of turn. It's pretty much press button to turn, and it's super obvious. And it's not like it wasn't power budgeted very well either because it was this really strong ultimate, and you had the saplings, and you had the knockback, and you had the root.
We're
and
going
you had the
to
sustain.
see Kaisa Bard.
That with Twisted Fate Nocturne. What's going on, Misfits?
That's a matchup, or that's a lane,
comp.
I guess.
We got 2 comps on our hands right now, guys. I'm not sure what to say.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to expect
Or
from this
why
game
we're-
other than potential bloodbath.
Or why we're holding R5 flex when it's just such an obvious like Olaf
And-
angle right now.
Well,
Nyla Yumi. There it is.
again, this is a
And
comp.
Sion Cassante at the end of the day. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I could clock out.
Is that locked in yet? No?
Yeah.
Yes?
Mhm.
Maybe?
Yep.
No, it's still picking.
They're gonna lock it in. Yeah, I agree. I agree to vibes Commandant.
Yep,
I'm
they
stupid,
locked
I'm
it in.
sorry.
Okay.
I messed up that guy's name and then it got instantly sent to ads. W. I don't like the Scion at all. Your whole champ
done.
pool outside of Echo Cat is worse than Mel, homie. CLT's talking shit. Okay. We take it. Want to be assed everywhere. Yeah, I love Nyla.
I'm just thinking these are just 2 comps that not entirely sure how they're going to interact once we get to the later stage of the game. Theoretically, though, CC does have a much better team fight.
They so CC's whole goal, of course, is team fighting. It is like a weird but existent press R draft. Nyla,
Yes.
Yumi, Diana, Lissandra. You dump onto somebody and you're hoping to grab 2. We saw that a couple games ago with the Wukong, and that wasn't executed well. Now I don't think that was Caster Curse as well, so unfortunate. Or no, it was Misfits. So it's not the end of the world here with a draft like this. And Misfits have this whole different idea going on with this Nocturne TF Bard, and their goal is to just set a lane behind. If they can camp the Nyla, that can work. Problem, TF Gold card is an auto attack.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're gonna totally catch out this Nyla, right? Every time, reliably. There's not anything else happening at all. or the fact that this Nyla can like freely go cleanse because Yumi can take both the summoner spells on her. Not at all. I'm dooming too much. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I think the only way that Misfits hard lose this game is if they do not utilize the Nocturne ultimate correctly.
Oh yeah. They
At that, it is going to be up to both teams to win or lose the game.
yeah. At least
This
it's
is not
in their
a
hands.
let's have better hands. This is can we execute our shit properly?
Can we
That
do our
being
comp
said,
identity?
Diana, kind of interesting here because if she's able to get either a 4-man or a 5-man ultimate off, the damage from that circle is going to be absolutely insane.
And it's going to pull them in for Apotheosis from the Nyla too. So it's a very big wombo setup coming in from the side of Caster's Curse that you have to be worried about. But that's one of
She does
those.
not get stunned still vibes.
No, because it's an auto attack. She just dodges the auto attack and TF loses the gold card. It's
Yep,
really fun.
The gold card, the red card, the blue card, it's all
Everything.
considered an auto attack, so it will not go off.
Even
will
red
not
card,
affect her, I should say.
even red card just won't work. Like it won't AoE, even though it hits her. It's pretty rough. Yeah, blunder combo versus emergency backup is a great way to put it. Except your emergency backup isn't like a Twitch or a Jinx or anything like that. It's Kaisa, which isn't a bad emergency backup when you're going heavy dive, but I would have really preferred a Galio here instead of a TF. I'm gonna be super honest. Even though
Yes.
I think they function differently in the grand scheme of things, TF has a lot more freedom to make plays. I just think
Honestly,
the
in
Galio is
my
so much more
opinion, a
reliable.
Galio, Oriana, Rise would have been infinitely better than a Twisted Fate.
Yeah, exactly. I don't really
And
like TF at all.
If I'm having a choice instead
Definitely
of
Ari.
that Bard in this game, I would have rather had like the Nautilus have been saved.
I think it's fine to have gotten rid of the Nautilus early. I just think then you go to the next engage. You just go to Alistar.
Yeah,
You
it's just a little
Alistar.
unfortunate.
Yeah, I do.
But then-
Mbessa was definitely there for top lane. I really don't like the Scion. I think that's like shit. We don't have frontline. But whatever, man.
Yeah, the Scion Cassante matchup is literally just going to be two wet noodles smacking each other until Cassante all outs.
Mhm.
In which case, it's a little bit wetter of a noodle.
It's a pretty scary noodle. I will say.
Yeah.
Once you get to like level
If you're
9, you get
squishy.
one item.
If
Hey,
you're
once you get
squishy,
to
that's
level
a
9, one
really
item, the
scary
true
noodle.
damage starts to hurt. Takes a while though.
Yeah.
But squishies, yeah, he'll delete squishies early on, but tanks it'll take a couple extra seconds. So the Scion will happily farm up, Cassante will happily farm up. So in theory, both of these top laners should be in an even state, and it's up to Twisted Fate, it's up to Lysandra to try and break that trend, and then you have the extra Nocturne on the side of Misfits to really abuse that.
Honestly, I kind of like the Nocturne. However, if you're going Nocturne, you have to have a setup or a follow up with him. I definitely think the Mbessa would have been better than Scion.
Now, you can't have regrets.
Now, yes. Now we get a Yumi, Nyla, Bard, Kaisa.
I've been to the void and back. You're nothing.
Honestly, I think Yumi Nyla actually goes kind of hard here.
Oh yeah, no, this is a phenomenal lane. It just sucks that it has to be Yumi.
Yeah.
It's so sad. I much prefer like Rakan with Nyla. That's my favorite Nyla pairing. I think Yumi is technically better though.
It is technically better. But it as a support player, I can say Yumi officially puts me to sleep.
Yeah, unfortunate comment pens.
Yes. Let's Q each other and do 5 damage.
Yeah, they do 50 damage and then walk away. I'm
Why are
playing
you
Yumi no
warding?
fun.
What?
True.
What is that ward,
up?
my friend?
That's in case. So that's actually. I will defend this ward. So that's in case to see if he starts on Raptors. Because you go Raptors, Red, Krugs, reset into bot side, if that's a possibility. So you do get to see that the Nocturne starts on the blue side. It's just not as early and it's a lot more deductive reasoning required compared to a Raptor ward. So it works. It does its job.
As someone who has coached in NACL and has casted for NACL type or level leagues, I have never once seen that word, and for very good reason. Because if they are there, or if they are starting topside, yeah, you may see them, but then you're out of ward to see how they're pathing for a good long. Oh, mother!
They saw Skizzy immediately turn backwards. No,
I'm going to rip my hair out with these pauses.
Yeah, the pauses
But
suck.
anyways,
Continue, I need to hear this out before I rebuttal.
Yes, you may see them, but at the same time, your ward timer is going to be gone. Excuse me. Sorry, random ass cough. So if they're going for that clear, and in which case we see that they're not in this game state currently, but if they are going for that clear, it's not worth it in many situations, because now your ward's gone. You wasted a tiny bit of time in the lane because he did get back into the lane a few seconds late because he walked over into that pathing late purely because he decided to take wet noodle fight with the Scion.
There's not a punish in the lane top side. It's the only reason this ward works, and the only reason I defend it, because I don't think it's a great ward either. I think you could have just, with 2 extra seconds and a little safer of an angle, gotten the red buff. And even then, it's like, okay, I don't really need a ward top at this point. Just who cares? We think the Nocturne's gonna be power farming anyway, so he shouldn't be ganking. I shouldn't be in a gankable spot as Cassandra.
Yeah.
That's like number one thing. But you only get to do this because you have a Yuumi. You just have a Yuumi, so the Yuumi can just fucking only track the Nocturne, and that's just their job. Track the Nocturne, and then you come back every 10 seconds to press Q or E. Like that's the only reason you get away with this kind of award. Other than that, yeah, I agree. It's kind of like whatever.
To be honest, if we're looking for where Nocturne is starting, we could just walk with Lissandra and Diana into their Raptors and get the word down.
True, as well.
Like,
just do a better plan. But this is the one they came up with. This is the defense for it. Is it great? No, but it can work. It gets the job done. And there's definitely a more optimal path. And I think they just also you don't want to mess with Twisted Fate level 1 in case he goes card. Because if he goes card with Nocturne, you are just kind of cooked as Diana Lissandra. What are you going to do? Start
I mean, if he goes card, Nocturne, in my opinion, for Nocturne to have a decent game in his clear, he needs to start Q.
Yeah, and he'll start Q. Q's fine, level 1. Even in a fight, you get to stay on top of people, you have card, you get bonus AD. You will win the level 1 fight as the Diana Lissandra against Nocturne EF.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying if you walk into the TF Nocturne with Diana Lissandra, you just kind of win that purely because Diana starts W, so you have the shield, and you also have the slow from the Q from Lissandra.
But then you're out.
Yeah,
you're out of your sustained DPS is just not there in that kind of a fight, and a stun will always be better than slow. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about like a full commitment. I think if it's just like an auto, like 2 autos and 2 abilities, and then everyone kind of walks away. I do, like the Diana and Lissandra are gonna win on top of that, just because Lissandra plays towers.
Here we go with wet noodle fights. Who's gonna win the wet noodle fight? Scion lost the wet noodle fight. Third and Topo strike actually landed. Nice.
Scion is always going to be losing these early fights because all of his damage at this point is just in a full charge decimating smash. Skizzy is mid lane off the DC, absolutely whips the stun, so CLT's happy to get away on that. And Bird now going to go on top of Lolcats because guess what? Your support's mid lane. You are just punished into irrelevance.
I thought Soka was about to do something stupid. I would have laughed if Soka would have flashed into the turret and died.
Oh my god, they did. Skizzy Lolcat getting re-engaged on Mojo, showing him back up at the bot lane. They got the bonus speed. from not really sure what that is in the Bard W this time around with this skin, but they're out. It's not hot cocoa, so it's not good.
It's like a fruit basket, I think.
I
think.
I don't want an edible arrangement as my healing from Bard. I want cocoa.
Oh no, it's literally an alive banana. Okay, I was able to see it over there towards the bot turret. We're going to see flash coming out from Soka. Nothing coming of it though.
Flash for flash. We're chilling. Oh, goodbye, Wally.
And
Right?
he does not have the third in Topo strike yet, so he cannot kill.
Unfortunate. But does have to reset. He's gonna lose a little bit of farm. Or die mid. I don't know. Still chilling right now. I'm surprised they did not get lethal on Wolfcats on the bot side, especially with Mojo Jojo. They looked for the repeat gank on Vision, so I guess that's where it is. But Bird's in a pretty comfortable spot right now. You're over that early game hump that Electrocute, Ignite, Bard can try and abuse you in lane. Now it's just, you know, Bard's got to look elsewhere.
Yes, and it looks like he's going to exactly do that. Okay, he changes his deploy mid path into the jungle, and very interesting. Okay.
Fine. Just open it.
It's fine. It's just a little bit of an awkward pathing because he went through towards the lane and then changed his path after he exited base.
They definitely clicked mid and then heard the mid laner ask me like, hey, can we fight? And they're like, no, I got to reset. I got 1300. So it's one of those situations. All good though. Why TP because you feel like
God, I absolutely hate how like mobile Nyla is. Oh,
that stun card trying to get away just pops it on the Mojo. There's nothing coming. How I Met Your ADC doesn't even care. Just in the face of your mid laner getting ganks. Yeah, I'm gonna keep hitting Raptors. It's okay, man. You're alive, which I respect. It's good usage of your time. But Nyla, yeah, super mobile. Because it's a conditional targeted dash, but it's onto anything. So
yeah, so you could use it onto. I believe you can use it onto a ward currently, if I remember correctly.
I think that's the one thing you can't. I think it's friendly minions is like the big thing.
I remember at one point you used to be able to eat a ward.
Yeah, that was OP.
As long as you saw it.
Yep, that was the OP part.
Oh, not gonna stop.
Nocturne is top. Doesn't have ultimate. Not a lot of damage coming from Sion at this moment, but there's going to be a lot of damage with How I Met Your ADC. Bonus AD, got the knockdown, can go all out, trying to get it onto Wally. Wally does have the ultimate to try and cancel it all out, going through How I Met Your ADC, trying to get closer. And here comes the ultimate from Soka, showing on up to remind Siren. There's a twist of fate in this game.
Yes. That was actually a really good play from them all. They actually did really well. Nocturne just ticked to level 6, so he can make a look somewhere else on the map if he chooses to, but he's going to look to try and go into the jungle. Honestly, I think in this situation, Siren greened his position in the lane as well. And honestly, he probably could have looked to take the all-out onto Nocturne rather than try to do it onto the Silent, because he didn't really go very far.
No, there's just not a... It's just continue. It's the same thing from the first game as well. Just overextended. Continue to be overextended. Continue to try and like, I guess you're feeling pressured as this Cassante to get an advantage because you're expected to. Oop. At all here. Root's gonna land. Soka locked down. Moonlight, not the Moonlight Vigil. It's Moonfall onto the face, and CLT happy to get that one delivered. It's 1 for 1 on the map.
You know, I kind of think it's dumb as hell that Cassante's damage scales off of his armor as well, by the way.
The cooldown, even better. As well, 2 cooldown, his armor, MR, and everything. Bird was trying to find the Apotheosis engage. Finally gonna get burned there. Lowcat pops the barrier, trying to get away. And there is a good ignite, I guess, for canceling extra healing and this way to fight. But now How I Met My ADC. Very stuck in the river, getting followed by CLT. They had a chance to collapse. Soka stuck catching the way, stuck returning. Not gonna send the Bard either. Doesn't have Tempered Fate either. So it's a pretty bad situation here on the bot side of the map for what you're expecting from this team.
Back to more wet noodles in the top lane.
Of course.
Gotta love the wet noodle.
The directed cam looks for like a damage on minions is the last thing, and it defaults to like top is what I've found. So like you can see they're hitting the wave now. Just gonna check, but now okay, Siren's hitting the wave. So they're doing that, and it doesn't really value jungle objectives too much.
Ooh, good cancel on the Q there. That's actually going to stop a lot of Sion's wave clear. He's going to wait for it, though. Come back up, probably.
He'll get the farm, but it's a lot slower on the clear. Gives them a guaranteed grubs, which is whatever for this game. You got the dragon, which is the more important thing.
Honestly, them getting both of these early objectives like this is just showing that they have more control over the map than the current gold lead emphasizes. Currently, right now, we're going to see how I met my ADC look to play for these Raptors.
Oh, this is that's super aggressive on the bot side. Got pulled back. Even had to burn the flash. Goes Paranoia, looking to get some extra damage. They got the stun. It's layered well into Mojo Jojo, who's still just barely able to make it out. Now here comes Bird. Doesn't have Apotheosis. Coming in for a couple seconds. Really happy with the one so far. They're turning their sights onto Soka, who's in the wrong place, wrong time, but does have Destiny to get on here. Just trying to close the gap or widen it to get away. But Twisted Fate's not quite too fast, and now it's going to time out. Still alive, still kicking. There are three. This is a 3v3 right now with the Diana kind of in the wings. Go for this fight. Just reset. Okay, we walked up the way of all cats. Goodbye. Beautiful flash from CLT on a killing spree. My God.
Was absolutely disgusting from CLT, that flash into the W and ultimate to kill both of them. Soka's still in under the turret trying to clear the wave. Gonna get hit by the Q.
You can't do anything now. So
Unfortunately, Bird does not remember the fact that
oh yeah. Goodbye. Nice
and they only take 2 turret shots altogether.
Yeah, nice stun card, bucko. God, I love Jubilant Veil. I can speak. I'll lie and say English isn't my first language when I mispronounce abilities.
Don't worry. Some of the names I still can't pronounce.
I pulled that one off a couple times. It's worked.
Honestly, I don't even remember Bard's ultimate name. I just call it Makeshift Zonias.
Tempered Fate. Sent you a sheet.
I haven't pulled it open in a little bit, to be honest. I haven't pulled it open on my second monitor.
Ah, it's okay. I do too. Yeah, that is indeed one fed Lissandra.
Turn is waiting for something here. No, he's just gonna take the back. Okay.
And funny enough, this wouldn't have actually been a terrible game for BFT, just because you can keep the burn constantly applied on the 2 melee champions. But I also like Ludens because you know your job. Burn TF, burn Kaisa. I don't care about anybody else. Press Alt murder first. Monkey.
Bursting murder.
Bursting murder. Kill them with ice.
Ooh, that was actually a pretty good avoidance from the
good side
Q with the E.
He's doing a whole lot of damage, and you're stuck in a tomb. Soka, though, saved by the Temper Fate. Can Skizzy get a good stun? Paranoia gonna get popped. They're trying to beat up in the mid lane. Moonfall putting a lot of damage on Soka. First to fall. They're gonna get traded 1-for-1 so far in the play. SRT shut down, picked up by the Knocker, and Skizzy, one shot, barely able to flash away at the last second as Mojo Jojo now realizes I've been left for dead. One last auto for how I met my ADCs to pick up that kill. It's 2-for-1 in favor of the Misfits.
Honestly, that was a really good flash there from Skizzy to avoid the death. I'm pretty sure his flash literally just came up. So timing of that could not have been more perfect. Destiny being used.
Are they gonna do a top? No, he just...
No, they used it to see, I think, where Bird was with the Nyla. Looking like he's gonna try to go in with the ultimate.
Waiting for CLT, buying time too. This dragon's starting to put in a lot of damage, and they're able to get to reset. You want to see Misfits just kind of double take on this. You've got experimental hexplate on the Nocturne, so they're in a strong state. But I don't know, man. Like, you can't contest.
Honestly, so is Mojo Jojo now on the Diana with the hex tech.
This rock bolt's a very big spike at this moment. And they got CLT in the area. Someone's launching fireworks.
And both mid laners also have the Luden's Echo. Or, not Luden's Echo anymore. I'm just gonna call it fucking Luden's fuck. Oh, it is Luden's Echo.
It is Luden's Echo now. Yeah, I know it's back. It used to be Companion. And they changed it.
They
Anyway,
changed shit up.
Apocalypse. Good.
Oh.
Skizzy wants to just die instantly. Bird happy to get that one delivered on towards the time. My AC trying to find the burst with the Yumi. It's too much healing. Now here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Decimating smash. Yumi can't get away there. Now you're stuck on Gaming. You can't get out of there. It's a 3-for-1 on the play. Good opener. Inside of CC. Good close.
Lolcats cannot stay here.
Don't be scared of that frozen tomb. CLT though waiting. Oh my god, this Zion's got damage.
Yes, he does.
What was that?
And it's all thanks to the Heartsteel with 81 stacks, I think.
A whole whopping
If I'm reading that
81
correctly.
stacks already. Yeah, it is. It means he's used it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
Damn.
Meanwhile, top lane, Estante is getting some plates, getting some pressure. Sion does not have ultimate or teleport to get back into the lane. So we're just gonna see
Rescues.
some huge damage being done.
Siren, you have a Sheen. Why are you pressing Q? Siren! What the hell? That's like they taught me that in like top
Oh,
lane
the
Sugar
turret
Lane.
went down. You got the last.
Hey, got it anyway. Okay, my complaint's
Skizzy.
unfounded. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, they missed the tree. Dude, someone's like setting off those like pop rock things that you like throw at the ground. They're just throwing a bunch of them in the parking lot.
Two turrets now down, or one turret. First brick falling for the side of CC at this point in time. Looking like we're gonna take a very hefty trade here. Potentially look to maybe go on to Siren for them. Nope,
Want some
everyone's
play.
waiting and waiting. Mojo Jojo's
want
gonna
to.
look onto how I'm at ADC.
Both sides
And we're
want to
back
make
up.
the. They want to find the play, but they don't want to make the mistake and tempered bait. Did land Mojo Jojo had to flash away. Just to make sure. Silty did burn TP. A little preemptively, but I respect it. You want to be there just in case. Because if a fight broke out, that was Sandra's there at the perfect time. Now it just kind of looks a little
It
off.
is. However, trying to think about this, they do not have flash on Bard yet. Nor do they have teleport. If they look to try and take the Rift Herald at this point in time, it's very likely that they could go for it and secure it without any issue whatsoever.
Yeah,
The more
they're-
that they give Bard the opportunity, the easier it's going to become. And now, on top of that, Kaisa is chunked. She cannot do anything.
Kaisa's chunked out, and you're kind of looking at the big ultimate that can come to assist as like a team fight ultimate. It's Wally's. It's Wally's Onslaught. And they're busy, a little preoccupied here with Exante in the lane, so I do agree with that Herald that could definitely be started, and Mojo Jojo gets that read, starts it up. They should be a ward, it might be pinked. Here, and they're sending over the Paranoia. It's not even pinged. It's just sitting there. There's Paranoia. Coming on through. They're gonna find Mojo Jojo. Now here's the rest of the cavalry showing on up. How I'm at my ADC getting pinched, but Kasante has to drag him through the wall, not able to get the ult in the right angle. CLT pops a frozen tomb. Here comes the onslaught. It's gonna lock down Bird. Just not quite finding it. CLT gonna pick up Wildcats. How am I my ADC? Stuck trying to burn. Mojo Jojo can't quite do it. Trying to put it in the stop of that Bird. Apotheosis picking up the first kill on the Skizzy. Now trying to turn it onto Soka. Stun lands. They're trying to find the burst. Decimate. Smash picks it up. But at what cost? It's the fall of the Misfits, and the caster curse just keeps on going.
With a very good play from the side of Caster Curse, looking like they were almost in a very precarious situation with Mojo Jojo going down, almost going down to how I met my ADC. But unfortunately, Sion was not there early enough. He had to try and play the wave, but he couldn't. Even though he did play the wave, actually, he still is going to miss a whole lot because Siren was able to start looking forward, walking sooner, and was able to still push that turret, despite him not even being there.
Everything's not going out for what game we on? We are in game 5, Spencer. And unfortunately for Misfits, their comp just does not allow them to play from behind. They've got to find a pick here on a Bird now, and they're going to burn everything that they can to get on top of it. The Yumi going to show up, flash Bird to get away from the decimating smash. No pick found. Quite a bit to get that 3 ultimates gone, and Soka doesn't have the Destiny either. I don't know if you want to return the fight, at least right now, because look at Kazante. Siren's chilling top.
Honestly, I think in all reality, you just give this up and look to play the wave because you don't have the potential yet to be able to do it. But you do have a Rift Herald, which is going to be huge. Soka gets caught.
Oh yeah, goodbye. You can't disrespect them, Soka. Not like that. Paranoid gonna get popped. They're gonna try and find this angle. No Temper Fate. Onslaught gonna miss. Not quite able to drive that too well. Bird gets hit though, so they're gonna keep up this slow chase. Tower half HP and Kasate doing even more work topside. This is disastrous here for the Misfits.
Honestly, that unstoppable onslaught from Wallingford looked like he became a little bit drunk there as he just ran straight into a wall, not doing anything else with it. So I'm not sure if we should take away his driver's license because of the fact he looked so drunk there. Oh.
Siren?
Good spell shield to stop the potential ultimate. But it doesn't matter because they're making cross-map plays all over the place, and it literally at this point in time looks like Misfits is not even making a bite back.
Okay. Stop trying to get Thank you. Thank you for your insight, you boy, Bichelle. I was super worried that we were just gonna see another Destiny from Soka just get popped and then not used. At least they used the CP bot lane. Indeed, a very solid lead here for the side of CC. And it's not the end of the world for the Misfits. They've got like one more fight that they can really compete in, and it's got to go well. And you need to see like probably two items on the Scion, 2 items on the Kaisa, and you'd like the 2 items on TF. And that's just such a tall order. That's a lot of gold to collect here in about 3 minutes. So see if they can get that done, keep in their pants, or find an engage.
Definitely agree. At this point in time, though, in my opinion, it kind of looks like they're just out of the fight altogether. But at the same time, you don't want to count out a sleeping lion because Misfits has shown that they can fight, and they've shown that they have hands. So who knows? Maybe one of these fights is just they have better hands than CC does. So I'm not going to entirely count them out, but it does look very, very hard at this point in time.
Yeah, and it's another big factor. I feel like I bring this up every time I'm in best of 5s and I hit game 5. It's game 5 now. It's been 4.5 hours for them in game. You know, stream 440. We've been around here for about almost 5. Players have been probably doing it for longer. Stamina's a big issue, and it just looks like CC's got more in the tank. They're gonna find Wally as well. Onslaught to get away, but it's stopped. Can't go anywhere. And the TP is just late to try and assist the play. It's a free pick from CC.
That was a very good stop of the unstoppable onslaught using the ultimate of CLT. Honestly, they have a free Baron at this point in time, but Siren may look to be caught out here if they can jump onto him properly. Looks like he may look to do.
All out pops, trying to use the Tofo to look on forward, but it's just picked off pretty easily. Half-maker.
Hard ultimate.
Don't fall up on that. Okay, good. 1 for 1. The top laners, the victims.
Honestly, the Temper Fate there, really good tool to use to stop the engage. It's now 4v4. Scion comes out faster than the Cassante. So if they look to go here, they can use the teleport on Scion. They have a ward down on the Dragon side River Banana Brush to be able to get a flank off, but it's not ready to get called yet. CLT looks ult into himself. Bard goes down with the Poppiest.
It's just not enough quite to end the game now, but enough for the Baron, enough to really, really start stacking up, man. It's feeling rough.
Honestly, this game, I was expecting it to be a little bit more exciting than this, but like you said, I think Misfits just have nothing left in the tank.
They're out. They went this pick comp, and it's pretty risky if you're able to generate a lead off the Twisted Fate and Nocturne ultimates. And I said it in chat in the Leona game, the job of these champions is you are having kill threat at every single level between 6 and 11. Every single level, you have your ultimate up and you're using it. You're on Twisted Fate. Every time it's up, you're going for an invade the second it pops down. but it's just the second it comes off cooldown. But they're just not able to do that. They're not able to get in that position. No one was really giving them the ganks, and when they gave them the ganks, it was the Nihilum. We saw that interaction go out well, but this might be the pick that they're
Looks like
looking
maybe they have
for.
a death brush, but they started out with those Squire's Bloom.
It's unfortunate.
Honestly, CC is probably thankful that Squire's Bloom was there. Otherwise, it would have ran straight into a death brush, and it would not have been pretty.
It would have been very, very scary to see. Now, though, one last big fight that we've got here.
Keeping them away.
Yeah. Pathmaker to stall out Wally. I'm at my ADC trying to go 50-50. Able to pick it up now. Red side looking to get the fight with the move ball, popping them down. There's too much damage coming from the side of CC. There's the tomb coming on over them. CLT decides that this game is over. Triple kill picked up by Bird there at the end. It's cooked, man.
Honestly, very good series from both teams. However, that is going to be Caster Curse moving on to the grand finals at this point in time. And that will send Misfits down to the loser brackets to face Worms, the number 4 seed.
Made a good showing, too. I think this is really good. They just have to regroup and kind of reassess how they want to play their comps, how they want to play their champions, how they want to interact. But so far, the game's not over quite yet. Found a good stun here. I'm at my AC. Not able to get the tether to fear. Bird and Mojo Jojo looking for more. No man on that Diana. Siren pretty low. CLT as well. Waiting for these cooldowns. Trying to auto the Nexus. CLT going to go in and find one. Looking for two. I'm at my AC. Last to live. Nexus falling.
Not the Vlad.
And they're going to get it, baby. We're done.
I had to say that, man. That was too good of an opportunity to do it because, you know, they were starting to auto the champions and not the damn Nexus for a moment there.
I think it would have been fine. I think it would have been okay. It's not as bad as that where it's the one end angle the Talon ever could look for, and instead of actual team fighting comp set up here versus some amalgamation of a pick comp. I don't know. I can't.
Honestly, I just found it a perfect opportunity to say it because it just sounded funny. But
there's no other time to use it. Just use it. Might as well let it rip.
Yes, exactly. Honestly, though, both teams played absolutely amazing.
Yeah, super well played.
No other words other than that. I think everything played very well. Honestly, if I had to pick an entire series MVP, I think it has to go to Bird.
Yeah, Bird had a very, very strong second half. Both AD carries, honestly. The first two games, I actually really liked Wally. Not even on the winning team, but Wally playing super well and doing their job, but just not able to quite get that over the edge and try and kind of transition these leads into full games. And when they did, scary. Nasa's game especially, but 100% with Bird on the series. CLT, phenomenal game 5 here, and would be the game 5 MVP. Bird, series MVP from me. Misfits, a little bit of comp discussion to work on, but hey man, it's late, it's a Sunday. Who wants to do that? Who wants to stay in the stream anymore? I know, I don't. With that being the case, thank you everybody here at Midwest League of Legends for letting us stream this game. I've been happily joined by Nova Spies there on the sticks producing the series. With that be the case, thank you everybody.
Yes, I hope everyone has a great night. As for CLT, who just messaged me on Discord, I am tired. I don't think we want to do an interview at this point in time just because of how tired we are. But thank you for the offer in this moment. And Spies, if you have anything you want to say before we cut out, go ahead.
Not much other than your guys' cast was really freaking great and smooth.
Gotta love, much love from us to you guys, and much love from us to you, Spies.
Right, with that, thanks all for stopping by. Yeah, fantastic job to Nova and Halfling for doing such an incredible cast for the series, and yeah. Have a great night.